Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
We have a session on meteorology. Can you see the shared screen?
यस सर सर डिस्टर्बेंस आ रहा है बहुत सर म्यूट कर देंगे
क्या करूं? सॉरी, सबको म्यूट करना है.
यस सर
Okay. Okay. Let me see. I have muted. It should improve. Muted all, and the session is being recorded. I believe the attendance once has been taken. We can continue. So for this particular session, we are going to have a look at this topic. If you have confirmed that you can see the shared screen, air masses and fronts.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We will now have a look at this topic, and of course we'll see how far we can go. The session is for 1 hour. We start and we see how far we can go. We intend to finish it, but in case something is left over, spilled over, never mind. We can continue next session. So, what is it actually? Just as introduction. Again, I'm moving slowly because it has been told that we should move slowly so that people, can copy or whatever they want to do. So, what is the definition? Air mass is defined as a quantity of air with dimension of about 500 miles or so, with little or no horizontal variation. Please understand, little or no horizontal variation in that air mass, whichever one we are looking at or talking about. It has got no horizontal variation, little or no horizontal variation with any of its property, especially temperature. So that is the definition of air mass. For which purpose we can also have a look at the definition given in our book also, book by Subramaniam sir, like this. Air mass defined as a quantity of air with dimension of 500 nautical miles or so, with little or no horizontal variation in any of its properties, especially temperature. That is the definition of air mass. The temperature of air, you will agree, will depend upon the contact with the earth's surface, land or sea. Whatever the air is in contact with land or sea, that will influence the temperature of that air. So, understandably, the air over polar region will be cold, while that over tropics will be warmer. And then air masses are named by the source from which they originate. The source by which they originate. This book is with you, so this one we can, go further. The air which is overlying the regions will acquire the characteristics which is common to that particular area. So each distinctive part of the atmosphere will have the common characteristics which prevail over that reasonably large area called the air mass. So air mass is a large boundary, let us say dimension 500 nautical miles or so, and it will take the properties or the characteristics over which it is prevalent. So it will acquire the characteristics from the contact with the earth, which may be land or sea. We are interested in sea, of course, but they will acquire the characteristics from the part of the earth they are in contact with. So, what are the factors which will affect the properties of air mass? First, source region. From where is it originating? That is the first factor which will affect the property of air mass. Source region. Then, if it is traveling, which it will, then the track over the Earth's surface. So, as it is traveling over the Earth's surface, it will continue to be affected by that contact. and will acquire the properties or characteristics over which it is traveling. So one is source region, factors affecting. Second is track over Earth's surface. Third is the extent of convergence and divergence, means how far it is converging, the air mass itself, or diverging means going out. Age means for what period of time it is prevalent over a surface, that is the age. The more the age means the more stationary the air mass is, the more it will get affected by the properties of that Earth surface in which it is in contact. Rate of travel, the faster the air mass travels, the lesser it is affected. The rate of travel, if it is slow, it will have the tendency to acquire more and more properties, characteristics of the contact with the Earth's surface. Rate of travel will also influence. So 5 factors which will affect the air mass properties will be these: source region, track over Earth's surface, extent of convergence, divergence, age, and rate of travel. Accordingly, they will be classified. With the properties now in place, they can be classified. They can be classified like this: 4 classes, broadly speaking: polar, continental, and obviously, as the name itself suggests, it will be cold and dry. Polar maritime, if it is originating from the sea part of the polar region, it will be cold and moist. Polar maritime, PM. Tropical continental, originating over tropical areas, but over land will be warm and dry. Tropical maritime, tropical area, but over sea it will be warm and moist. Those are the 4 classes, broadly speaking, the classification of air masses rather. So, of course, these are the properties, these are the factors which we have just now had a look. Factors affecting properties, you may carefully note it. If you are asked, you should be able to list at least these 5: source region, track over Earth surface, extent of convergence and divergence, age, and rate of travel. So, one by one, as we have talked also, source region means from where it is originating. If it is coming from polar region, it will be cold. And if it is coming from tropical area, it will be warm. That is the source region. The track over Earth's surface, if it is passing over large expanses of water, it will be moist. If it is passing over land, it will be dry. That is a track over the Earth's surface, which will also influence the property of the air mass. And in depression, let us say there is an area of depression, then in that particular area, the air is converging downwards, as in depression. This will cause air at the center to ascend. It is getting filled up, that is convergence, and this is going to be the case in depression. LP surrounded by HP area is called depression. So in this case, the convergence is going to affect the property, which is it is going to ascend downwards and causing the air at the center to ascend upwards. That is called convergence. That is also going to influence the property of air mass. Obviously, the property of air mass in this case will be taken up by the air which is converging downwards towards the surface, which may be land or sea. On the other hand, you could have divergence, such as in anticyclones, where air from above descends and it is replacing the air downwards. Then it is called divergence. Again, that will influence the property of the air mass. Both the convergence and divergence are the vertical movement of air. So this is going to cause some mixing of air at different levels. So the properties of the air mass will be different at different levels of the air. Now, what are the properties affected in this case are relative humidity, temperature lapse rate rather, are the properties which will be influenced by convergence and divergence. Then the fourth point is the age, which we said is the amount or the number of days it has spent in the source region. The longer it has stayed in the source region, the greater it is influenced by the climate of that place. So, for example, a tropical air mass to get converted to polar air mass or vice versa, it may take well over a month. Tropical air mass has traveled and moved to a polar region, but then how long it stays in the polar region is going to make an influence over how is the property going to be affected for that particular air mass, which is coming from tropical and now located over polar region, and vice versa, of course. This is again quite simple to understand. The rate of travel, if it is moving at a quickly, then the area over which it blows does not have sufficient time to influence the properties. On the other hand, if it is moving slowly, the rate of travel is slow, then it has got time to be influenced by the properties of the surface in contact. Properties from the surface it is in contact with. A quick moving air mass will retain most of its original characteristics, while air mass moving slowly will get influenced and has sufficient time to alter its properties, which is relative humidity, temperature, things like that. Then classification we have seen is very simple based on the properties: polar continental, shortly named as PC, polar maritime PM, tropical continental TC, and tropical maritime. So this is a division very clearly, very simply. Air
सर
masses. हाँ जी
सर
बोलिए, हाँ जी
सर ये
बोलिए.
जो रेट ऑफ ट्रेवल है आपने लिखा
Sorry.
सर इसका सर ये जो इट्स रेट ऑफ ट्रेवल था प्रॉपर्टी
हाँ.
सर इसका मतलब यही है ना कि लाइक अगर कोई ट्रॉपिकल जो गर्म एयर मास है वो किसी पोलर रीजन की तरफ जाता है या किसी दूसरे अपने रीजन के अलावा दूसरे सोर्स में जाता है तो अगर तो वो तेज़ जा रहा है अगर इफ इट इज़ एट द हाई स्पीड देन सर वो उस जगह की जो प्रॉपर्टीज है उसको चेंज करेगा.
रेट ऑफ ट्रैवल ना.
हाँ जी सर.
इट इज मूविंग. पहली चीज तो ये है कि एयर मास वी हैव सेड इट इज
हाँ सर
मूविंग,
मूव कर रहा है सर. हाँ जी.
राइट. नाउ इफ इट इज मूविंग क्विकली, the area over which it is blowing will not have much time to influence the properties. Rate of travel का मतलब ये हुआ. If it is moving slowly, then the rate of travel is slow, and over which the area over which it is moving will have enough time to influence its properties.
प्रॉपर्टीज ऑफ द एयर मास सर इसका मतलब ये एयर मास मीन्स टू से कि उस एरिया का टेम्परेचर एटमॉस्फेयर उसको कहेंगे.
Say again. मैं सुन रहा हूँ.
सर एयर मास का मतलब कि उस एरिया में कैसी हवा है कुछ सर्टन रीजन या 500 नॉटिकल माइल तक कैसी हवा है क्या उसकी मतलब ठंडा है गर्म है उसको इन्फ्लुएंस करेगा ना.
राइट.
बेसिकली सर हवा चल रही है किसी एक जगह पे काफ़ी भारी अमाउंट में और वो किसी दूसरी हवा में मिक्सअप होगी या नहीं होगी उसके बारे में बात करें ना इन नॉर्मल लैंग्वेज.
नहीं, इसके बारे में यू आर टॉकिंग रेट ऑफ ट्रैवल.
हाँ जी सर.
इसमें दूसरी चीज है. व्हाट यू आर सेइंग इज नॉट, इज समथिंग एल्स. I am looking at a rate of travel by this that air mass is there. इसकी dimension है 500 मील nautical mile or something, and it is traveling. It is getting influenced by the contact with the earth, maybe land or sea, it is getting influenced. But since it is moving, so the area over which it is traveling has got sufficient time to influence its properties if its the rate of travel is slow.
सर
And
कैन आई आस्क सर एक मिनट सर इसमें जो प्रॉपर्टीज का मतलब क्या हुआ लाइक किस टाइप मतलब क्या मतलब होती हैं इसकी प्रॉपर्टीज लाइक ठंडा या गर्म बस यही है ना
mainly temperature, mainly temperature,
मेनली टेम्परेचर राइट
mainly temperature.
ओके
But as with temperature, then of course things will follow. Humidity depends on temperature,
हाँ जी
relative humidity, those things will start getting influenced. But on the onset, it is mainly temperature.
ओके
Not only that, एक तो आपने ये देख ही लिया, ठीक है, एयर मास, पोलर कोल्ड, ट्रॉपिकल वार्म, उसके बाद पोलर कॉन्टिनेंटल, पोलर मैरीटाइम, ट्रॉपिकल कॉन्टिनेंटल, ट्रॉपिकल मैरीटाइम. These are the air masses classification. But the point is front. That front is actually the boundary between two adjacent air masses. And this is called a front, the boundary between two adjacent air masses. Now this is something which we are saying about temperature, because tropical air is warmer, hence less dense than polar air. It will climb over the polar air at the front. So now, very simply defined, if the temperature of a place after the passage of front is more than the temperature before it passed, it is called a warm front. ये वाला देखो, after a front passes over a place, if the atmospheric temperature is higher than it was before, the front is called a warm front. If the temperature is lower than it was before front passed, it is called a cold front. So we are basically dealing with the temperature. As
सर
far
ये
as
जैसे सर जैसे ये लिखा है द बाउंड्री बिटवीन द टू एडजेसेंट एयर मासेस
right,
सर एक जगह पे तो एक ही एयर मास होगा या दो भी हो सकते हैं लाइक एक जगह पे अगर 500 नॉटिकल माइल में सेम साइज का टेम्परेचर रह रहा है उसको हम एयर मास कह रहे हैं राइट सर
नहीं, but
जैसे
is
इसमें
your
लिखा
sea
जैसे इसमें
surface
लिखा है सर द क्वांटिटी ऑफ द एयर विद डायमेंशंस ऑफ अबाउट 500 नॉटिकल माइल्स
right,
हाँ जी सर अब
right,
ये 500 नॉटिकल माइल से एक एरिया पे ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं तो ऑब्वियसली एक एंड में इसकी पहली नॉटिकल माइल से स्टार्ट हो रहा होगा राइट सर और एक दूसरा एयर मास है जो वो भी 500 नॉटिकल माइल्स की रेंज में है और वो मतलब उसका जो 1 नॉटिकल माइल वाला स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट और इसका या एंडिंग पॉइंट या स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट जब जहाँ पे मिलेंगे वहाँ पे फ्रंट बनता है राइट सर
boundary between them.
हाँ उन दोनों के बीच में लाइक जहाँ से वो जुड़ने वाले उन दोनों के बीच में जो एरिया बनेगा दैट इज कॉल्ड फ्रंट राइट
Right.
अच्छा जी ठीक है सर
नहीं, मैं समझा नहीं, क्वेश्चन क्या था आपका?
सर फ्रंट की डेफिनेशन समझने की
Okay,
कोशिश कर
front
रहा था
की
कि
definition में
कहाँ पे बन मतलब कैसे बन रहा है
is the
क्योंकि
boundary between
एयर
two
मास
adjacent air
बाउंड्री
masses.
बिटवीन टू एयर मास है सर लेकिन
Right.
एयर मास
Adjacent
की
air.
डायमेंशन हाँ एयर मास की अपनी डायमेंशन 500 नॉटिकल माइल्स तक की है
Okay.
तो उसकी जो बाउंड्री है वो किसी एक नॉट जैसे 1 नॉटिकल माइल 2 3 4 ऐसे करके किसी एक इनिशियल पॉइंट से स्टार्ट हो रहा होगा वो राइट सर
ठीक है.
और जो दूसरा एयर मास अब दोनों एयर मासेस के बीच में बन रहा है ना ये बाउंड्री बिटवीन द टू एयर मासेस तो जो दूसरा एयर मास है वो भी उस एरिया पे मतलब एक एंड पे पास हो रहा होगा तो उन दोनों के बीच में जो एरिया बनेगा दैट विल बी द फ्रंट राइट सर
Front.
हाँ सर ये अभी रेड और ब्लू के बीच में जो एरिया दैट इज कॉल्ड
ये
फ्रंट राइट
ये वाला.
ओके सर
एक मिनट रुको. फ्रंट को एक और कलर से मार्क कर देते हैं. जस्ट फॉर आवर अंडरस्टैंडिंग, दैट्स ऑल. अगर मैं कहूँ कि ये जो येलो मार्क है, दैट इज द फ्रंट. We are taking two different air masses. Obviously, blue, I'm trying to say, is the cold air mass, and this one is the hot air mass, warm air mass. So
ओके
इसके
सर
बीच की जो बाउंड्री है, this is the front.
फ्रंट ओके सर
But as you will realize and you will agree, this is not exact science. It is only saying the dimension of the air mass is about 500 nautical miles. It
सर वो
cannot
तो
be
हाँ नहीं सर
about 5,
एग्जैक्टली नहीं बट मोस्टली लाइक होता होगा ना सर मैक्सिमम
most,
लाइक और
mostly 500 nautical miles or so. That will be called the air mass. And then the boundary between them will be called the front.
सर वो एयर मासेस जब एक जगह मेट आउट होते हैं जैसे फ्रंट कह रहे हैं हम बेसिकली तो वो आपस में मिक्स आउट हो जाते होंगे एयर मासेस
Correct?
तो सर उसकी तो सारी प्रॉपर्टीज ही चेंज हो जाएंगी फिर उसकी
Yes, definitely. but it will depend how long this will be influenced. This is why it will develop the characteristics depending on these. कि कितने टाइम में मिक्स हो रहा है, सोर्स रीजन क्या है, ट्रैक ओवर द अर्थ सरफेस. यू सी इफ दिस एयर मास, लेट अस टेक दिस वन, इफ दिस एयर मास जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, ये वाला जो है, इफ दिस हैज स्टेड वेरी लॉन्ग एट अ प्लेस, देन इट विल टेक लॉन्गर टू गेट इन्फ्लुएंस्ड. It is getting mixed up, okay, fine. Both the air masses are intermixing with each other, but it will depend कि ये एयर मास कहाँ से आया है और कितने टाइम तक वो उस जगह पे था. Accordingly, it will be influenced. The longer it has stayed in the source region, the longer it will take to get influenced.
सर यहाँ तक तो हमें पता है ऑलरेडी कि इनकी प्रॉपर्टीज़ क्या है. जैसे जस्ट ये जो 5 फैक्टर्स हैं इसमें, ये 5 फैक्टर्स हमारे पास हैं कि कोल्ड एयर फ्रंट का, कोल्ड एयर मास का ये है, वार्म एयर मास का प्रॉपर्टीज़ ये हैं कि एरियाज़ का भी हमें पता है. जब वो मिक्स आउट हो गई है एंड देन इट्स ट्रेवलिंग मोर अहेड ऑफ इट, तो नेक्स्ट क्योंकि बेसिकली शायद ये मेट्रोलॉजिकल जो भी है सर, सर्वेज और ऑब्जर्वेशंस पे ही है.
सॉरी, क्या चाहते हैं आप?
मेट्रोलॉजिकल डिपार्टमेंट जो है, जो प्रेडिक्शंस हैं हमारे, जो भी है वो सब सर प्रेडिक्शंस ही होते हैं, बेसिकली अजम्पशंस हैं वो सब कुछ.
ओके.
तो जब ये मिक्स हो गया तो सर वो तो न्यू प्रॉपर्टी शो करेगा, और जब वो न्यू प्रॉपर्टी शो कर रहा है तो उसको कैसे फाइंड आउट किया जाता है कि अब ये क्या प्रॉपर्टी शो कर रहा है और कैसा रिएक्ट करेगा नेक्स्ट वेदर के ऊपर, एटमॉस्फेयर.
देखो, वो फिर उसकी प्रॉपर्टीज चेंज हो रही है ना. So whether it is becoming warmer, whether it is becoming colder, that is the front. If the temperature has been lowered before the passage of the front, then a cold front has passed. If the temperature of the air is higher than before passage of the front, then it is a warm front.
तो सर वो दो फ्रंट मिक्सअप नहीं होंगे, एक एज अ वेज एक्ट नहीं करेगा, दूसरे को राइज कर देगा, उसके बाद
बिल्कुल करेगा.
तो फिर ये मिक्स थोड़ी होगा सर. वन विल एक्ट एज अ वेज एंड अदर विल लिफ्ट अप उसके टाइम के साथ. आफ्टर दैट इट विल फॉर्म क्लाउड्स और फिर तो अलग साइड चला जाएगा.
बात ऐसी है कि एकदम मिक्स हो जाएगा क्या? इट इज गोइंग टू टेक टाइम. इट इज गोइंग टू कॉज अ वेज, मींस द डेंसर एयर गोइंग टू सेटल डाउन, वार्मर एयर इज गोइंग टू क्रिएट अ वेज. तो टाइम लगेगा उसमें. इट इज नॉट रॉकेट साइंस. एकदम तो होगा नहीं.
हाँ जी सर, ये एक साथ तो होगा नहीं, थोड़ा टाइम तो हर चीज़ को लगता है, थोड़ा बहुत वो मतलब होगा.
देखो, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, we are more interested, and the meteorology talks more about the air mass fairly homogeneous in properties in horizontal direction. The boundary zones of different air masses can be quite sharp, clear distinction, but because of the mixing of air around the boundary, across the boundary, temperature, humidity, etc. is going to take place slowly. Variation in temperature and humidity will take place, but slowly. The boundaries of air masses are known as fronts, and these are depicted on the weather chart, which I think you already know. You might have seen also on board weather charts. एक मिनट वो देख रहा हूँ ना, इसमें मिलेगा ये वाला. This one. This is how it is depicted: a warm front with semicircles, red colored if it is a colored chart, and this is a warm front.
हाँ, अगर सर मिक्स आउट होते हैं उसके बाद ही वो अकल्टेंट फ्रंट बनता है ना सर.
Occluded. Sorry. Which may be like this, and then you will have a triangle.
हाँ, मिक्स अप हो जाएगा इन दोनों का सर.
Then occluded. Then it is called occluded front.
सर ये सर आई मीन टू से सर, जब ये दो बाउंड्रीज मिली एयर मासेस की, तो मिक्सअप होने के बाद जो उसमें थोड़ा बहुत टाइम लगा, उसके बाद जो एक फाइनल मतलब एक जो उसका जैसे वर्डिक्ट समझ लीजिए, ठंडे वाले और गर्म वाले के मिक्सअप होने के बाद एक फ्रंट बनेगा, दैट विल बी अ वार्म फ्रंट, और आइदर इट विल बी अ कोल्ड फ्रंट, राइट. और थर्ड वन इज क्लूडेड. दोनों मिक्सअप हो जाएंगे और उसकी प्रॉपर्टीज दोनों की प्रॉपर्टीज एक्वायर करेगा.
हाँ जी, आगे. या ओके, आई एम लिसनिंग.
नहीं सर, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, मैं मतलब बता रहा हूँ कि मुझे क्या समझ आ रहा है, सो दैट यू कैन करेक्ट मी ना.
या यू आर राइट, ठीक बोल रहे हैं आप.
ओके सर, ठीक है.
Let us move on. Front भी देखेंगे. We will see fronts also. But right now we started our discussion with air mass. फिर हम चलेंगे fronts के ऊपर. So ये हो गया. You can have a cold air mass, you can have a warm air mass. ठीक है. This is simply because temperature of the surface below the temperature is below. Cold air mass कौन सा हुआ? जिसका temperature at the surface is below the temperature of the underlying land or sea surface. Warm air mass whose temperature at the surface is above the temperature of the underlying land or sea surface. Now, what we were talking about is somewhere here. Tropical air is warmer and less dense that will climb over the polar air at the front. The front will therefore not be vertical, it will always be inclined towards the colder air mass because warmer air is less dense, it will climb over the polar air. Polar air is denser because of cold temperature, so this front will not be vertical but will be inclined towards the colder air mass. And then you can also have a slope of the front, which is a gradient, not enough to measure it out. Of course, we will not be involved with measuring it out, but you will have a gradient and the front itself will be not vertical, as is sharp division, not vertical, but will be inclined towards the colder air mass. Because tropical air is warmer, less denser than polar air, it will climb over and above the polar air. Then the slope will be there, but the front will not be vertical. It will have an inclination towards colder air mass. This is okay. Warm front when the temperature is higher than before. This is actually quite simple. Cold front if the temperature is lower than before. But somebody was asking about the weather sequences. This is the one. Cold front पे ये sequence होगा weather का. On the passage of cold front, you will have this sequence of weather. These are the elements involved: pressure, wind, temperature, cloud, weather. These are the elements involved on the, let's say, y-axis, and on the x-axis you have the weather associated in advance before the front passes, at the passage, and in the aftermath, means after the front has passed. Can you make a note, gentlemen, or whatever you want to do, candidates? Because this is important. The sequence of weather at a cold front and the sequence of weather at a warm front. But obviously, the elements involved will be pressure, wind, temperature, cloud, and weather. These are the elements involved. And this is the sequence of weather. In advance means before the passage of the cold front, the pressure will fall. And wind increasing and backing. And then becoming squally. Temperature steady but will fall in prefrontal rain. Altocumulus, the cloud, and then heavy cumulonimbus. Weather, some rain, perhaps thunder also. At the passage of the cold front, pressure has a sudden rise. Wind, and we are looking at wind in northern hemisphere, it will be different in southern hemisphere, actually opposite. So in northern hemisphere, the wind at the passage will be suddenly veering. And I'm sure you can remember backing and veering. Haji, somebody saying something?
So wearing clockwise change of direction of wind.
Veering is clockwise change. Sure about it? Sure about it? Follow, yes.
पहले
Yes, sir.
पढ़ा था तो यही याद है.
Clockwise change is varying.
Clockwise change.
Sir, clockwise change है veering और anti-clockwise backing.
Okay. Clockwise is veering, right? Now, has it got an influence about the hemisphere? Northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere? I purposely stopped here. I want to emphasize on this that you have rightly remarked a clockwise change in direction of the wind will be called veering, and anti-clockwise change will be called backing. Right? We agree. But is it going to be same in both the hemispheres, or is there going to be a difference?
Sir, opposite.
Sir, same sir. Same sir.
अब दो ओपिनियन आ गए. So tell me, what do you think? See, whether the wind is veering or backing is not going to be influenced by the hemisphere she is blowing in. If it is a clockwise change, whether in northern hemisphere or in southern hemisphere, it will be called veering. If it is a anti-clockwise change, whether in northern hemisphere or in southern hemisphere, it will be still called backing. ये याद रखना, because this will come handy when you are going further. So that is not going to be influenced. The definition of veering and backing will remain same, whether the discussion is under northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere. Clockwise change veering, anti-clockwise backing. Of course, things will be different when you're trying to take action in a TRS, etc. to avoid a storm. You will have different actions to be taken if you're an NH or an SH. But the very fact that the wind is veering is a clockwise change in direction, and this is independent of the hemisphere she is blowing in. Very good. So I guess you will have to, memorize this, because this is the only way to do it. This is coming from records. This is how the sequence of weather is. So you will need to memorize this. I'm sure you have taken what is called a screenshot or something. I'll pass it on to you also on the link. But are we done with it? Shall we move on? Do you know something? I'll tell you one thing more practically. You are approaching a front, or a front is approaching you rather. There is wind blowing, front hai, maybe cold front is approaching, and then if you see, how will you know that the front is already past you? जब वो आ रहा था तब तो ये सारा कुछ हो रहा था. The pressure was falling, wind was veering or something, sudden veer, सब कुछ हो रहा था. But how do you know the front is already past you? See, pressure you cannot really depend, because it is by observance only. Maybe there will be some error in reading the pressure. But if you see that the wind has stopped veering and now it is backing, you know that the front has passed. Because after the passage of the front, the wind will start backing. Or after some time, it may veer further. So that will be an indication that the front has passed. Of course, pressure will play a role, because in advance of the front, the pressure is falling. But at the passage, there is sudden rise and then a continuous rise. So this will also indicate. But wind ka veering and backing is a very good indication whether the front is still there or it has passed you. Then, okay, 1 minute, my mistake. When we talk of elements governing for the weather, we have seen pressure, wind, temperature, cloud, weather, and we missed out on visibility. This is also a factor. Can somebody tell me what could be a definition of visibility by meteorology? Visibility. How will you define visibility? Just the definition. What is visibility? Any volunteer? Definition of visibility? हो जाना चाहिए यार, nothing very extraordinary. Visibility की definition क्या होगी? If somebody asks you define visibility, how can you define? You are saying it is poor.
Seeing from eyes.
Sir, and
The distance.
sir, how far we can see? How far we can see means to say the like the distance which can be clearly seen and differentiable.
In present light and weather condition.
Present
Light and weather conditions.
light.
Daylight sir, daylight.
सर लाइट एंड वेदर कंडीशंस में जितना देख सकते हैं, अब रात को थोड़ा ना विजिबिलिटी ज्यादा हो जाएगी.
तू मेरे को बता रहा है, हड़का रहा है या क्या बोल रहा है?
अरे सर
रात
बता
को
रहा हूँ कि
visibility-
लाइट
भाई, रात
जितनी
को
लाइट है
visibility
और
नहीं करती पार्ट. रात को तुम विजिबिलिटी असेस नहीं करते क्या? डे लाइट का क्या मतलब हुआ? आर यू टेलिंग मी विजिबिलिटी इज ओनली असेस्ड इन डे लाइट?
सर अभी देखो क्रिकेट मैच का भी तो होता है ना कि बैड लाइट की वजह से मैच कैंसिल हो गया, तो विजिबिलिटी का प्रॉब्लम उसमें भी.
बेटा ठीक है, क्या बैड लाइट की वजह से नेविगेशन कैंसिल होती है?
तो नेविगेशन तो कभी भी कैंसिल नहीं होती.
तो फिर यही तो बात है ना. विजिबिलिटी, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, इज डिस्क्राइब्ड technically is described as a transparency of the atmosphere. You get the point? It is called the transparency of the atmosphere. If you want to dwell on it, this is how visibility has been described in meteorology, the transparency of the atmosphere. How transparent is the atmosphere is called visibility. Now, having said that, can you tell me whether visibility is measured only? Is it a scalar quantity or vector quantity? Visibility. Is it a scalar quantity or vector quantity?
Scalar.
Scalar. Okay. Why you say so? I have reasons to ask you this. I am not just ऐसे नहीं बोल रहा मैं. I will prove it to you. It is a vector quantity. Although you might never have heard it, but it is a vector quantity, and I will talk about it.
सर वेक्टर बिकॉज ऑल अराउंड है. आई मीन पोर्ट साइड पे शिप के ज्यादा हो सकती है.
Yeah.
Direct magnitude दोनों है.
At different sides can be different around all around the vessel.
If we say or define more correctly, can we say visibility is the transparency of the atmosphere in a particular direction? Because you may have 5 nautical mile visibility at the bow, starboard bow, but you may have 3 nautical mile visibility in the port quarter. Is it not? This is why I say visibility is supposed to be a vector quantity. Is transparency of atmosphere 1 in that particular direction you are addressing. So अगर मैं गलत बोल रहा हूँ, you can easily contradict, no problem, because this is not written anywhere. This is just my observation. Visibility should be defined as a vector quantity. हाँ जी बोलिए.
सर मेट्रोलॉजी की बुक में लिखा हुआ है इसकी डेफिनेशन, विजिबिलिटी इज द ट्रांसपेरेंसी ऑफ द एटमॉस्फेयर and is defined as the maximum distance at which an object can be clearly seen and distinguished in normal daylight.
Okay. In normal daylight. Okay.
तो इसमें सर नाइट वाला तो कहीं कुछ ऐड ही नहीं किया हुआ जो भी आपने बताया था सर.
आप मेरे को एक बात बताओ. Do we not assess visibility at night? Is my point.
Yeah, we do assess.
अगर इसका आंसर नो है, I will.
सर डेफिनेशन कौन सी लिखेंगे, बुक की लिखें या जो आप बता रहे हो प्रैक्टिकली वो लिखें?
आप लिख दीजिए visibility defined as a transparency of atmosphere.
So इसके आगे ये लाइन भी ऐड करनी है ना, in a particular direction.
I would say so, but maybe you are not agreeing, so I kept quiet. But I definitely feel that visibility should be defined in a particular direction because it is not same in all directions. It is not same in all directions. So it should be said that visibility is the transparency of atmosphere in a particular direction. It may be different in different direction, which I think you have agreed and followed. आगे बोलिए, anything contradictory? You are most welcome to raise anything. Okay, so we were talking of the cold front and the elements involved, and then we continue to say the warm front. Again, the elements are same involved, the same elements involved, but definite there are changes in that. Sequence of weather at warm front is different than sequence of weather at cold front. Again, as I said, you will need to somehow commit this to memory अगर ये सवाल पूछा जाए. Now warm front में visibility is set in advance. मतलब ये आया नहीं है, it is very good except in rain. Then if you go back here, in cold front visibility is usually poor in advance. That is the difference. So you will make a note of this also. ये तो किताब से ली गई, so I will need to pass it to you. This is not from the book. I mean, it could be somewhere in the book, but this is compiled. This is compiled. Apart from what we have broadly classified, okay, it can be further classified, the air masses. Arctic maritime air, Arctic continental air, polar maritime air, polar continental, tropical maritime, tropical continental, or it could be equatorial. This is further classification, possible. And maybe a test like this also. Right? Now, how is the weather associated characteristics and weather when we say cold air is moving towards a warm surface? What is happening? Cold air moving over a warm surface. Warm sea surface, warm land surface, but there is cold air. Cold air mass is moving over it. Then what happens? Firstly, because it is cold air, relative to the surface, it will get heated at the surface by contact. This heated warm air will rise. Not bodily, the whole thing will not rise bodily, but in vertical column, which is convection current. Because the cold environment or cold air moving over warm surface, the warmed air means after it has been warmed, it was cold initially, after it has been warmed, this will move in a vertical column. It will not rise en mass. It is not going to rise en mass, but it is going to move in a vertical column, which is called convection current. The greater the temperature difference between air mass and the surface, the more vigorous will be the convection current formed. goes without saying.
सर स्क्रीन नहीं आ रही सर, शेयर स्क्रीन नहीं आ रही सर.
अच्छा स्क्रीन नहीं है, माय मिस्टेक, सॉरी. खैर ज़्यादा मिस नहीं हुआ. We had just started the discussion on that one, no problem. So this is what we are looking at. You know, we are looking at a cold air moving over a warm surface. Surface could be land or sea, but it is warmer than the air in contact with it, which is colder. Then this cold air is getting heated up by contact. This will rise. The warmed air will rise, and this will rise in vertical columns, which are called convection currents. Then of course there will be some parameters which will govern कि कितनी दूर तक ये rise करेगा. That we will discuss later. How long it will rise or what height it will rise is different, but it will rise definitely because it is a warm air.
सर
हाँ हाँ जी बोलिए.
सर ये अभी सेम जैसे दो फ्रंट मिक्स जब ये फ्रंट बनाता है तब भी ये सेम ही चीज़ कर रहा है ना कि मतलब डेंसर होता है तो पोलर एयर से ज़्यादा होता है तो वो इसके ऊपर मतलब इट विल क्लाइंब ओवर द पोलर एयर, राइट? तो ये सेम उसी तरह से प्रॉपर्टी बना रहा है बेसिकली बस.
हाँ ठीक है.
बट इसका नाम मतलब ये बट ये फ्रंट नहीं है बिकॉज ये बाउंड्री के बीच में नहीं है.
नहीं ये फ्रंट नहीं है.
नहीं
We are looking. हाँ
ये
ठीक है,
फ्रंट नहीं है बट प्रॉपर्टी सेम ही शो कर रहा है जैसे जैसे नॉर्मल फ्रंट के कंडीशन में होता है.
right. Now of course there will be some differences. मतलब there will be some things to be noted. The greater the temperature difference between the air mass and the surface, the more vigorous will be the convection current. Agar this rising air, the warm air rising, if it has got sufficient moisture present, then you will have cloud formation, and this can lead to precipitation in the form of isolated showers. Now, the whole thing is got unstable because the thing is only stimulated if the air is humid. If not, then this will not. Unstable air mass will be for good visibility, but in showers it will be lesser. 1 minute. This is what we are looking at. Warmer sea surface, and this is called the convection current form. You follow the point. This is a warm sea surface, warmer than the air which is blowing over it. So this cold air gets warmed up as it is blowing over the warm sea surface and rises. And it rises not en masse, the whole thing doesn't rise, it rises in columns.
Okay.
Similarly, 1 minute, just give me a minute.
और सिमिलरली अब अगर वार्म सरफेस के ऊपर सॉरी कोल्ड सरफेस के ऊपर वार्म सरफेस जाएगी फिर वो वाटर ड्रॉपलेट्स में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगी.
चल रहे थे इसके ऊपर, आप थोड़ा सा तेज हो गए. नेवर माइंड.
सर वो ऊपर वाला कॉलम की बात करो सर. जब
ये तो हो गया ना.
हाँ वही बात कर रहा हूँ सर. अब जैसे
This one
कोल्ड
we have talked. हाँ आप
सर
क्या बोल
वार्म
रहे हैं?
सरफेस दोनों सेम ही लिखा हुआ है. कोल्ड एयर मूविंग ओवर अ वार्म सरफेस, वार्म एयर मूविंग ओवर अ कोल्ड सरफेस. ओके वार्म एयर की बात कर रहा था. हाँ जी
दोनों सेम है बॉस. Cold air moving over warm surface or warm air moving over a cold surface. You say this is both same?
सर आई डोंट से इट्स ऑल सेम. आई सेड आई वाज जस्ट आस्किंग कि सर नीचे का अगर वार्म सरफेस है आप सॉरी नीचे का अगर कोल्ड सरफेस है और ऊपर से वार्म सरफेस है जो आप दूसरा पढ़ा रहे थे जिस टॉपिक पर हम थे, अगर उसके ऊपर से जाएगी तो ये वार्म एयर जो है ये ड्रॉपलेट्स वगैरह में कन्वर्ट होएगी लाइक क्योंकि अगर
ठीक है. I was going to go to that. यहाँ तक हमने complete किया था, and then we were going to move towards this.
अच्छा ठीक.
The scenario of warm air moving over a cold surface. This was the second part. In which case, this warm air will become cooled at the surface by contact only. So this is going to call mixing of the air at the surface. This diffuses the cooling upwards, diffuses the cooling upwards. This is going to cause cooling, but it is going to cause, yeah, actually we can take out this one. This is not really important for us. All this you have seen, the various images for wind forces. Let us just skip this. Go through this. This is what we were talking about. Warm air is moving over cold surface. Now, if there is wind blowing over the cold surface, it is going to have this effect where you will have turbulence caused. Because of the surface, these are the waves being caused at the surface, and this is going to cause turbulence. Because this is how the warm air is going to rise like this, or this part is going to be, because the surface is not smooth, it will cause turbulence. And this
सॉरी
is
तो
called
आपका
turbulence. Sorry?
टर्बुलेंस का क्या मतलब होगा सर इसमें? सॉरी तो आपको पता नहीं है।
टर्बुलेंस का मतलब है कि अनसिस्टमैटिक, या तो ये पूरा का पूरा ऊपर राइज कर जाए सिंपली, बट बिकॉज द सरफेस इज हैविंग वेव्स एक्सेट्रा, तो सम पार्ट ऑफ इट विल गो अप, सम पार्ट ऑफ इट विल ट्रैवल फर्दर. Okay, now talking about different air mass types, we have looked at it, but I think you can describe it also. Polar maritime, higher latitudes the cold air is moving over relatively warm surface. That is polar maritime air. And of course, as you go further, polar continental, in which the cold air is moving with low moisture content is moving over cold land. That is giving rise to what is called the polar continental air mass. Then the Arctic maritime, originating over ice and snow, Arctic continental, tropical maritime. As the name suggests, you can easily make out from where it is originating.
सर एक बार लास्ट स्लाइड वापस ओपन करेंगे.
ये वाला?
यस सर, टॉप
Okay.
पे सर.
Okay.
ओके, थैंक यू.
सर
हाँ जी.
सर वो पूछना था सर, जो कल आप चेन रजिस्टर का करवा रहे थे सर हमें टॉपिक, सर उसका स्लाइड आप अभी अपलोड करेंगे या मतलब या बाद में सर?
Chetan, can you repeat, please? I did not
सर
get it.
सर आई सेड कल आप सर वो चेन रजिस्टर का टॉपिक करवा रहे थे
Chain
सर.
race. Okay.
हाँ जी सर. सर वो मतलब आप गूगल ड्राइव पे अभी बाद में अपलोड करेंगे या?
एक मिनट चेतन, can you check please? I think I did upload something. एक मिनट चेक करो.
सर चेन रजिस्टर वाला नहीं शो हो रहा था.
नहीं हो रहा. 1 minute. I thought I uploaded. एक मिनट रुको, देखने को मुझे. I'm quite sure yesterday itself we had taken care of that.
नहीं सर, आप अपने एंड से चेक कर लीजिए, मेरे यहाँ पे शो नहीं हो रहा सर.
अच्छा. Okay, Chetan, I will need you to check again because वापस आते हैं. Let me start sharing. This is the drive which I had uploaded also. And as you can see, dock workers, safety factors, powers of dock worker, inspector, ये सारा कुछ है. I've opened the drive itself, notes phase 1.
सर ठीक है, मैं देखता हूँ सर.
You will need to check again, or maybe
अच्छा
log
सर,
out and log in again into the drive. I don't
ठीक
know.
है सर,
कुछ ना कुछ
ठीक है
गड़बड़.
सर. क्योंकि
No,
सर
but
मेरे ना ये पावर ऑफ डॉक वर्कर तक आ रहा है, उससे आगे नहीं आ रहा. मैं देखता हूँ सर.
एक बार देखो please.
हाँ जी सर, ठीक है सर.
If not, Chetan, remind me in the next Cargo class. I will upload again. Don't worry. It is within our purview.
ओके सर, ओके.
Idea is कि तुमको मिल जाना चाहिए. It is not a
ठीक है
game
सर.
of ego, nothing.
नहीं नहीं
मिल
सर, ठीक है
जाएगा.
सर. थैंक यू.
सर
बोलो शिवांग.
शिवांग है.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन था रिगार्डिंग कल जो आपने पढ़ाया था कार्गो में, मैं पूछ लूँ या फिर कार्गो की क्लास में ही पूछूँ?
क्या बोल रहे हैं आप? कल जो हमने किया था
हाँ उसके रिगार्डिंग एक
चेन
क्वेश्चन
रजिस्टर,
था.
डॉक वर्कर, इंस्पेक्टर वगैरह.
हाँ सर.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
सर उसमें ये था चेन रजिस्टर में, पहला ये कि जो पहले तो ये सर मास्टर और चीफ ऑफिसर कॉम्पिटेंट पर्सन होते हैं या नहीं होते?
यस होते हैं.
होते हैं.
होते हैं. मास्टर, चीफ ऑफिसर, चीफ इंजीनियर.
तो सर ये तीनों चेन रजिस्टर में एंट्री कर सकते हैं?
12 मंथली वाली, एनुअल वाली, 5 साल वाली नहीं.
दैट्स ओके. कल एक स्लाइड दिखाई थी सर, मैं उसको यहाँ शेयर कर देता हूँ ग्रुप इस पे. उसमें साफ लिखा हुआ था दैट मास्टर एंड चीफ ऑफिसर कैन नॉट मेक एन एंट्री इन द चेन रजिस्टर. तो ये यहाँ कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट कर रहा है, तो
Okay.
कैसे?
ओके. जो स्लाइड मैं बात कर रहा था आपसे, मैं शेयर कर रहा था आपसे, स्लाइड उसमें है कहीं पे?
हाँ सर उसमें.
Okay, okay, Shivang, I will need to have a look again. If it is so, then I need to correct it. No problem. But I can assure you, as far as the annual inspection is concerned, it can be done by competent persons which are identified as master, chief officer, and chief engineer. They can
तो
make an entry.
वो चेन
Annually.
रजिस्टर में एंट्री कर सकते हैं ना?
कर सकते हैं, किए मैंने किए, कर सकते हैं.
ठीक है ठीक है सर. तो मैं
ठीक है.
वो स्लाइड में है, मैं आपको फोटो भेज देता हूँ और उसको सही कर लेता हूँ. ठीक है सर.
ठीक है. ठीक है. ओके. ओके. We can do that, no problem. अभी का बताओ. We are good so far. Topic is incomplete. We will continue, but so far so good. लंच टाइम तो नहीं हुआ. Okay, still time to go. This class is over, but I think you are following classes also. 12:45 हो सकती है, I don't know. I need to go to another class, so maybe you can respond to the poll, and this is it for me for time being.
चा तो करी गए मां हाँ बनाते थे तो दूसरो रोल थोड़ो चोखो गैप आई गयो फूल सही कोन लग गया ऊपर ही डिजाइन खराब है गयो चलो ठीक है हूँ घणो कौन था लगे थोड़ो सो है ना बाटड़ो पड़े है सो तो छोटो सलाह दी तो मिलना कोई ठीक लगा दे देख हम मिलती तो इधर काट लगा दे कौन है तो मैं तो डिग्गी रंग पानी कौन है दिक्कत तो पर है के गेडी के इधर ही काम करा तो बारा रख लिया है तो दिन छोड़ते हैं
Hello, beta. Good afternoon, everyone. So,
good
how are you?
afternoon sir
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, so how are we today?
All good.
Okay, great. Okay. So beta, last lecture we had discussed about the application of current and wind, a very important topic. We discussed about how do we allow for the wind and current, and how do we counteract the wind and the current. We discussed various terms, what is the set and rate and drift of the current, what is the leeway of the wind, what is the leeward side, the windward side, how is the leeway applied, what is the sequence in which we counter them or allow them. We discussed about the course, distance, current, vector triangle. Okay, so all these things were discussed. So before I proceed ahead, any doubt or queries in your mind related to any of the topics which we have done till now? Okay, so that tells me everything is going great. So let's proceed on today's topic then. Today we are moving to another important topic in chart work, and that is the concept of position circles. I have already discussed with you the concept of position lines. We saw different methods with which position lines can be obtained and plotted on the chart. Now we are going to do that same thing with position circles. So we will see different methods with which position circles can be obtained, or they can be given to us in MMD questions, and how do we plot them on the chart. Every different case or method, how do we plot that position circle on the chart? For a position line, we needed to know a position from where the PL passes and the direction of the PL. For a position circle, we require the center of the circle and the radius of the circle. So these are the two items which are required for a position circle. So we will see what are the different methods, and in each of these methods, how do we get the information required for plotting and how do we plot them. So this is all what we are going to do now. We may not be able to complete it today, but there are many methods with which position circle can be obtained. So whatever is possible today will be done, and then we will continue in the next session. Now, many of these methods which we are going to discuss now, they are not practically used on board nowadays. We will be doing HSA, that is horizontal sextant angle. We will be doing VSA, that is vertical sextant angle. We will do high altitude observations. So all these methods are practically not very much in use. So why are we discussing them? The purpose is, number one, passing in the exams, because many of the questions of chart work are involving these position circle concepts. And number two, if we have a emergency situation scenario on board, the GPS fails. So in that case, if you are coasting, then all these methods may come in handy as a sort of backup navigation or emergency navigation. So that's the entire purpose. So shall we move on to position circles now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So just give me a moment. I will set up the video. Okay. But before I go into the video, I told you that I will be giving you some assignments. So today I will be sending you your first assignment of chart work. So it will have about 5-6 questions, and these questions will be based on the concepts which we have discussed till now. So I'm not giving you anything on position circles right now. So you will have questions based on the position lines and the current as well as the wind, counteracting and allowing. So I hope all of you have got the charts now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
So I will send you the assignment today. You can practice it. Do we have a class tomorrow also, beta?
Yes, sir. Last class.
Okay, all right. So any difficulties you face, we can discuss in the tomorrow's class, and then you can complete the assignment over the weekend. So that's the plan. Anyway, so let's continue with our video now.
In this video, we shall try and understand the concept of position circles and the various methods that could be deployed in chart work to obtain position circles.
Beta, is the audio and video loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Let's continue.
Having understood the concept of position lines in the previous video, now let's understand what a position circle means and how we could draw position circles on the chart. A position circle is any circle, the arc of which passes through the observer's position. If we can obtain a position circle, it shall mean the observer is located somewhere on the circumference of the circle. A unique position circle can be drawn on the chart only if we know its center and its radius. Basically, the purpose of all the methods shall be to identify the center of the circle and also to obtain its radius. We usually draw only a small arc of the circle as per our requirement in the vicinity of the vessel and not the full circle to avoid cluttering of the chart.
Okay, so you see, beta, basically, if we want to plot a position circle on the chart, the two data items which we are interested in is what is its center and what is the radius. If we know these two things, it will be easy for us to plot that circle on the chart. So every method for position circle gives us the center as well as the radius.
Draw only a small arc of the circle as per our requirement in the vicinity of the vessel and not the full circle to avoid cluttering of the chart. Now, various methods for obtaining position circles include position circle by radar ranges, position circle by vertical angles, by horizontal angles, by raising or first sighting and dipping or last sighting of the lights, and position circles by high altitude celestial observations. Now we shall try and understand each one of them separately. Position circle by radar range. The distance of the conspicuous landmark identified on the chart is measured by radar and referred to as radar range. The position circle is then drawn on the chart with the position of the object as the center and the radar range as its radius. Let's try and look through it with a simple example. At 2000 hours, radar range of Ballycotton Island light was 5 miles. Draw the 2000 hours position circle.
Okay, so we are starting with the most basic position circle beta. This is too basic. You have done it in second mates as well as in pre-C, but just covering up all the aspects so that nothing is left.
So first and foremost, let us identify Ballycotton Island light on the chart. You can see this one is the Ballycotton Island light on the chart. Now with this light as center and 5 nautical miles as the radius opened on the compass using the latitude scale of the chart, we draw a circle on the chart. So the position circle is drawn here with 5-mile radius and Ballycotton Island light as the center. And this becomes the position circle of the vessel at 2000 hours. Now we move on to position circle by vertical angle.
Okay, now this is the second method beta, position circle by vertical angle. So this method, as I told you before, that is practically not used nowadays. So it was used in the olden days when ship size were a little smaller and the safe distances from shore were lesser as compared to what we have today. So that means vessel will be going closer to a lighthouse and the lighthouse would be appearing significantly bigger so that we can take a vertical angle of the lighthouse. Vertical angle basically means finding out what is the angle between the sea level and the top of a lighthouse. So that is known as vertical angle. We used to take it in the olden days using a sextant. So let's see, how do we get a position circle if we have the vertical angle of a object like a lighthouse.
Sir, I have one doubt, sir. How we will determine the center of the lighthouse exactly?
Center of the lighthouse, beta?
Yes, sir, for drawing the circle.
Okay, let me show you a light on the chart. Just give me a minute. Okay, so can you see the chart beta on the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a lighthouse here. Let me zoom in a little bit. You can see this hook headlight.
Yes, sir.
So we have a circle, we have a star, and we have a loom. So the center or the location where this lighthouse is exactly where the star is.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, beta, understood?
Understood. Thank you, sir.
So even though if there is no circle around it, because a circle would be there on a reckon, so you could have a lighthouse without a circle, like you see this one. That's the pilot lookout light. So here there is no circle, but you can see the star. So the center of the star is where the exact position of the lighthouse is.
Okay, understood, sir.
Okay, this was what you were asking, na?
Correct, sir. This one I am asking.
Okay, beta. Okay, good. Let's go back now.
The vertical angle subtended by an object at the observer depends on the height of the object and the range of the observer or the distance of the observer from the object. The vertical angle on the ship is measured by sextant and hence referred to as vertical sextant angle. The charted heights are given with reference to mean high water spring. If charted heights of the objects are used, they must be corrected for the tidal variance with respect to mean high water spring to obtain their height above sea level at the time of observation. Range of the observer is then calculated using this formula. It's 1.854 into height of the object in meters divided by vertical angle in minutes. Please remember, the range so obtained shall be range in nautical miles. So please be careful about the units. The range shall come in nautical miles. Height of the object is in meters and vertical angle is in minutes, not degrees and minutes. Height of the object above sea level would be the charted height plus minus the tidal variance with respect to mean high water spring. And vertical angle is equal to the vertical sextant angle corrected for the index error of the sextant. Index error, if it's off, then it's added, and index error on the arc is subtracted.
Okay, so let's understand all these things one by one, beta. The first thing is that the vertical angle subtended by any object depends upon two things. One, it depends upon what is the height of the object. And second, it depends upon what is the range of the observer from the object. We measure this vertical angle using a sextant. So we sometimes call it vertical angle, or it can be called vertical sextant angle, in short VSA. Now to find out our range from the object, we use this particular formula. Now in this formula, we need to know what is the height of the lighthouse. So how do we obtain this height of the lighthouse? Let me show you on the chart. Let's go back to the lighthouse which we saw. So beta, we have the lighthouse. Can you tell me what is the height of this particular light, hook head light?
46 meters.
46.
Very good. And what is this with capital M?
So miles.
The visibility, sir. Visibility.
Visibility
Very
range. Luminous range.
Very good.
Nominal.
Very good. So the figure which is given here along with small m, it gives us the height of the lighthouse. So it is 46 meters height. And the figure which is given with capital M, it is the nominal range of the light. We will discuss about what is nominal range later on, so it will come. So for now, we can read off the height of the light from the chart. So it will be given on the chart, it can be picked up. Now beta, I have one doubt in my mind. The doubt is that sea level keeps on changing. Because of the tidal flow, the level of the sea keeps on changing. At the time of high tide, the sea level which will be much higher, and at the time of low tide, the sea level will be much lower. सो अगर हमारा सी लेवल चेंज होगा तो ये जो हाइट है ये तो चेंज होती रहेगी, राइट? सो हाउ इज दिस 46 meters fixed height calculated?
सर एलईडी पे निकालते हैं सर।
लोवेस्ट
Okay, okay, all right, right. So हमें दो तीन चीजें यहाँ पे सुनाई दी. One was LAT, that is the lowest astronomical tide. Other was MHWS, that is mean high water springs. So बेटा ये जो heights दे रखी हैं लाइट्स की, जो भी heights हमें चार्ट पे दी हुई हैं, they are given with reference to mean high water springs. Okay, so what is this mean high water springs? Springs high water के टाइम पे जो भी टाइडल हाइट होती है, अगर उसका मीन ले लिया जाए ओवर द ईयर, so that figure is called as MHWS. You don't need to go into detail. What we need to remember here is कि ये जो 46 meters की height है, this 46 meter height is applicable if the sea level is at mean high water springs. अगर sea level mean high water springs के ऊपर है या नीचे है तो हमारे लाइट हाउस की हाइट जो है वो चेंज हो जाएगी. Let me give you an example. Let us say जो हमारा एक्चुअल sea level है वो मीन हाई वाटर स्प्रिंग से 2 मीटर नीचे है. Actual sea level is 2 meters below mean high water springs. Can you tell me what will be the lighthouse?
48
meters.
Okay, very good beta. So if the sea level is less than or below mean high water springs, तो obviously जो lighthouse की height है वो बढ़ जाएगी. So it will be 46 plus 2, that is 48 meters. And if the height of the sea level is above mean high water springs, let us say it is 2 meter above mean high water springs, then what will happen?
44.
Very good. Very good beta. Very good. So this is something which usually does not happen. Mean high water spring के ऊपर sea level बहुत rarely जाता है. But if it goes, then you know the height of the light will be lesser than what is written on the chart. So as far as chart work is concerned, तो हमें question में जहाँ कहीं भी इस height को use करना होगा, they will tell us what is the actual sea level at that particular time of observation. So हमें बताएंगे कि जो current sea level है that is so many meters above or below mean high water springs, and उसको use करके हम लाइट हाउस की जो प्रेजेंट हाइट है, एक्चुअल हाइट है, उसका पता लगा लेंगे. सो एनी डाउट अप टू हियर बेटा?
No, sir.
Very good. Let's go back to the slide. Okay. So this is what is given in this particular point beta. The charted heights are given with reference to mean high water springs. If charted heights are used, it must be corrected for tidal variance with respect to mean high water springs to obtain the height above sea level at the time of observation. Now comes the important thing. So ये formula बेटा आपने note करना है. You want, you can take a screenshot of the slide and note later on. But इस फॉर्मूले को बेटा अपनी नोटबुक्स में अच्छे से नोट कर लो और हाईलाइट कर लो. You need to memorize this formula. Now, important thing to know in this formula is it has been made very much user friendly. How? The range which we need should be in nautical miles. So that's exactly the unit of the range which we will get by using this particular formula. So because we need to plot it on the chart, so ये जो range है इस formula से हमें nautical miles में directly मिलेगी. 1.854 is the factor which we are using. Height is the height of the object above the sea level, and this height is in meters. हमारे जितने भी चार्ट हैं जो phase 1 एग्जाम में आते हैं, all these charts are on meters, so you will not find feet anywhere. So the height which we input in the formula is the height in meters only. Then the vertical angle which we have to input in the formula is in minutes. Why has it been given in minutes? Usually angle is denoted in degrees and minutes, but the vertical angle in this particular case will never go in degrees. So normal cases, when you are in a normal scenario far away from the lighthouse, it will be always in minutes. It will never go in degrees. If it is in degrees, then you are in danger somewhere. You are too close to the land. Either the vessel is going to run into danger or you are aground already. So that's why they have kept the vertical angle in minutes only. So we need to be careful with the units. If this vertical angle is given to us as a sextant angle, that is vertical sextant angle, then we know that every sextant has a instrument error which is called as index error. So if we measure the angle by a sextant, then that instrument error has to be applied. So how do we apply that instrument error? It's very simple. Consider it like a light switch. अगर वो ऑफ हो तो आपने उसे ऑन कर देना है. ऑन करने का मतलब है पॉजिटिव. और अगर वो ऑन हो तो आपने उसे ऑफ कर देना है. ऑफ करने का मतलब है नेगेटिव. So if the index error is off or off the arc, it is to be applied as positive. And if the index error is on or on the arc, it is to be applied as negative. So this is the full explanation of vertical sextant angle. Now have a good look beta at the slide, at the formula. Let me know any doubt coming in your mind. Very good. So if I give you a lighthouse and I tell you its vertical angle, can you give me the range?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. ठीक है बेटा. So this is the vertical sextant angle method. So let's proceed further now.
Let's learn drawing of a position circle by vertical angle through this simple example. At 1100 hours, vertical sextant angle of Ballycotton Island at ship was observed to be 0 degrees 18 minutes. Index error 2 minutes off the arc. At that instant, the tide was 1 meter below mean high water spring. Draw the 1100 hour position circle by vertical angle. First and foremost.
Okay, just note down these figures in your notebook beta. We will calculate and see if we get the right answer. The vertical sextant angle is 0 degree 18 minutes. Index error is 2 minutes off the arc. And the tide is 1 meter below MHWS. Let's proceed ahead.
We identify the Ballycotton Island light And this one is the Ballycotton Island light. You can see here where we have a box around it. So this is the Ballycotton Island light. Now we calculate the range using the formula that we have learned earlier. Now for that, we need the height of the object and we need the vertical angle. So we first, from the chart, pick up the characteristics or read off the characteristics of Ballycotton Island light. So the characteristics of Ballycotton Island light are.
Okay, so we can see the characteristics of the light on the screen now. So can you tell me what is the height of this light, beta?
Light in 59.
59.
59.
Very good. So that's 59 meters. Now the tide is 1 meter below MHWS. So what will be the height which we will use?
60.
Very good. Very good, beta. So we will be using 60 meters height. So can you tell me now, beta, with this height of the lighthouse, the angle is 0 degree 18 minutes. The index error is also with you. Can you just punch in these numbers and give me the range?
5.56.
Okay, so 5.56, huh?
Yes, sir.
Everyone got it, beta? Anybody struggling?
Yes, sir. 5.5.
सर एग्जाम में ऐसे ही क्वेश्चन आने चाहिए.
ओके, क्वेश्चन तो बेटा ऐसे ही आएंगे. बस ये है कि अभी हम ब्रिक बाय ब्रिक कॉन्सेप्ट को स्ट्रेंथन कर रहे हैं. एग्जाम में आपको सीधा वहां पे घर दिखाई देगा. सो दैट इज द ओनली डिफरेंस. बट वंस द कॉन्सेप्ट्स आर क्लियर इन योर माइंड, देन देयर इज नो वरी. So let's proceed ahead.
Flashing white red in seconds, 59 meters, 22/18 nautical miles, on for 90 seconds. What we are currently going to focus upon is 59 small m, which is the charted height of the light. So please remember, in the characteristics of the light, the figure with small m is the charted height. So in this case, the height of the Ballycotton Island is 59 meters. Charted height is 59 meters. Height of the tide given in the question is 1 meter below mean high water spring, which makes the height of the object at the time of observation as 60 meters. Vertical sextant angle is given as 0 degrees 18 minutes. Index error is provided as 2 minutes off the arc. So the vertical angle is 0 degrees 20 minutes, which when converted to minutes, it is 20 minutes. Now using these values, we can put them in the formula and we can get the range of the observer at the time of making this observation. And the range of the observer comes to 5.6 nautical miles.
Okay, now beta, whenever we calculate ranges in our chart work, so usually we round them off to one place after the decimal, because this is the accuracy which we use in our chart. So in the calculator, you may get even more accurate values, like you all were getting 5.56. We round it off to one place after the decimal. So that's why you see the figure 5.6.
ये जो फॉर्मूला है ये कैसे मिला वो?
Okay, we can go into that also, beta, but I will not go it right now. It is nothing but simple trigonometry. Okay, if you see, one of the component is the height of the lighthouse. Other component is the vertical angle that is happening at the eye of the observer. And the third component is the range, right? So it's simple trigonometry derivation. So, but I'm not going to go into it because what we are bothered about is the application of the formula. Did you get it, beta?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
सर एक डाउट है, इससे रिलेटेड नहीं है तो ये
बोलो
पीछे
बेटा.
पीछे लाइट का जो स्पेसिफिकेशन था ना उसमें 18/22 था, आई थिंक, जो भी था वो।
Okay, let me go back. I'll show you again. Here it is.
यस सर, 22/18 माइल्स ना, तो उसका क्या
Right.
मतलब है सर, कैसे डिनोट करा है?
Okay, can anybody tell beta? Anybody knows?
The two lights की characteristics are white and red. White is 22 and red is 18.
Okay, all right. Let's go to the chart. I'll show you beta. This is Ballycotton Island light. Let me take you to the chart. This is Hookhead. Let's go to Ballycotton.
लाइट सेक्टर की विजिबिलिटी तो नहीं है।
Okay, so we are beta Ballycotton light. Can you see on the chart now?
यस सर।
Okay. अब देखो बेटा, it is a sector light. Can you see this white sector here?
यस सर।
So you have a white sector in this region. Then there is a red sector also. Okay, ये देखो यहाँ पे है बेटा इसका red sector. So you see in the description of the light, it is flashing white, red. When you are in the white sector, the light will appear white to you. When you are in the red sector, the light will obviously appear red to you. These two ranges correspond to these two colors. Range for the white light is 22 miles. Range for the red light is 18 miles.
ओके सर, ठीक है।
सर ये एक और आर लिखा हुआ है, इसका मतलब रेड व्हाइट दोनों एक तरफ नहीं दिख रही?
कहाँ पे है बेटा आर?
ये लिखा है।
Are you talking about this one?
यस सर।
Beta, this is a okay.
सर ये सीपैड के बारे में बता रहा है ना?
Yes.
रॉकी सीपैड।
ओके सर।
ये पिछले लेक्चर में डिस्कस किया था हमने. This is the nature of the seabed. ये देखो एक रेड लाइट यहाँ भी आ गई ना.
हाँ जी सर, सेक्टर लाइट्स हैं सर, ये तो वाइट दिखेगा, रेड दिखेगा।
सर ये अभी इस पे चल रहा, तो ये भी बता दो, हॉर्न फॉर 90 सेकंड, मतलब 4 हॉर्न बजेंगे विद इन 90 सेकंड, करेक्ट सर?
Yeah, four horns will be repeated every 90 second.
सर उसकी ड्यूरेशन नहीं बताई ना इसमें कि कैसे बजेंगे या क्या प्रोसीजर है उसका कि आफ्टर।
ओके बेटा, वो आपको लिस्ट ऑफ लाइट में पता चल जाएगा कि एक हॉर्न की ड्यूरेशन कितनी होगी.
ठीक है, हो गया.
ओके ओके, सो ऑल क्लियर बेटा?
यस सर.
Right, let's go back.
तो दूसरी कुर्सी लेने आ जा, बाहर से ले आ, ये ले जा.
शशिपाल बेटा माइक म्यूट कर लो.
सॉरी सर.
Okay, so this is protocol we will follow. After communicating, we will switch off the mic. I make sure that I don't have any background noise. How do you find my voice quality, beta? Okay, all right, ठीक है. Let's continue now.
And range of the observer comes to 5.6 nautical miles. Now with 5.6 nautical miles as the radius and Ballycotton Island light as the center, we can draw a position circle, and this is the position circle of the vessel at 1100 hours. Now we move on to position circle by horizontal angles.
Okay. Now बेटा ये जो horizontal angle वाला concept है, this is slightly lengthy. So do you want to continue it now? Because हम लोग इसको finish नहीं कर पाएंगे आज के session में. So better we will do it in the next session. You can concentrate on the assignment which I am sending.
कल कर लेंगे सर.
Right. So let me show you the assignment which I'll be sending it to you. Okay, so this is our first assignment, beta. TCN chart work assignment number 1. So there are 4 questions in this, and the concepts on which this assignment is based are the ones which we have covered up already. So you see the first question is based on conversion of compass to true and allowing for current. Second question is based on transit bearing as a PL, depth contour as a PL, counteracting wind and current and converting true to gyro. Celestial position lines, counteracting wind and current, converting true to compass. And the last one, celestial PLs counteracting current and finding true set and drift. So ये मैं अभी आपको भेज दूंगा. I'll post it on your WhatsApp group. The answers are also mentioned here. There can be a variation in your answers. One, there could be a mistake here also. And secondly, due to variable errors of the plotting tools, see, everyone will be having a different parallel ruler, set square, compass, divider. So all these tools error can lead to a difference in your answers. So it will not be much. What is important is that you should be clear about what is the concept being used here and how to do the plot. अब बेटा ये जो assignment है, I will be sending it to you over WhatsApp group. इस assignment के लिए आपने number 1, I believe everybody has made a separate notebook for navigation, बेटा.
Yes sir.
Yes sir. Yes sir.
Very good. So ये जो assignment है ये आपने उसी separate notebook में करते चले जाना है. And this is based on chart number 5048. So जो plots आपके chart पे बनेंगे, I would recommend that you keep on taking pictures of the plot and save it on your device. Okay, because आपको फिर बाद में इनको erase करना पड़ेगा to practice more questions. So have these plots saved as a picture or screenshot and then save it on your device. Tomorrow or later on when you are revising the subject, it will help you much. Total 6 assignments are there. This is the first one and ये 6 की 6 assignments आपको अपनी notebook में करनी है. Once you have done the assignments, you can send it to me if you want your confirmation for checking, though it is not mandatory. If you are comfortable with the working, it's perfectly fine. If you want me to give you any remarks, whether your working is okay or not, you can send it to me over WhatsApp. I will just check it and confirm it back to you. Okay, I would give these assignments as we cover the topics going ahead. So bolo beta, some of you have doubts, bolo. Arun, you want to ask something?
Sir, एक deviation card number 2 use होएगा इसमें, तो वो deviation card भी आपको send करना.
I will send you beta. I will send you the deviation card and I will send you the luminous range diagram which will be required little later, not right now. ये मैं दोनों आपको assignment के साथ भेज दूंगा. Okay, all right. So अब बेटा आपने हथियार, that is parallel ruler, compass, divider, set square, पेंसिल बॉक्स, ये सब निकालने का टाइम आ गया है. सो चार्ट और अपने ये जो टूल्स हैं इन पे मिट्टी विट्टी साफ कर लो एंड वी मूव ऑन टू द एक्चुअल वर्किंग ऑन द चार्ट नाउ. सो that's all for this particular session beta. See you in tomorrow's class then.
सर मेरे को थोड़ा अलग क्वेश्चन पूछना था. वो आपने एक PDF भेजा था जिसमें डॉक्यूमेंट्स अपडेट का, तो आई हैड आस्क्ड यू ऑन द व्हाट्सएप ऑल्सो कि वो लिंक में अपलोड नहीं था, तो आई हैड सेंड इट ऑन टू द मेल. तो वो कंफर्मेशन आप बता सकेंगे कि आपने अपडेट किया है?
बेटा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन का सारा डिपार्टमेंट जो है ये साजन सर के पास है, तो इनकी पूरी कम्युनिकेशन उन्हीं के साथ होगी. सो इफ यू आर नॉट गेटिंग ए रिप्लाई ऑन द ग्रुप, यू कैन जस्ट गिव हिम ए रिंग बेटा. यू हैव हिज
ओके
नंबर?
सर, हाँ तो ग्रुप पे देख लूंगा. ओके सर.
ओके बेटा, ओके.
So one more thing I want to ask. अभी I asked for the time letter from the company, and they are saying that they are very busy with the takeovers, as growing department is only sending the letters. तो ये कब तक चल जाएगा सर?
बेटा one by one. So Arun beta, having trouble in C-time letter?
Yes sir. I asked them. They are saying that we are very busy. They already sent it mail to the concerned person, the growing department, and they said that they are very busy with this takeovers and all. तो वो कब तक अगर अवेलेबल हो जाए तो सर चलेगा वो?
बेटा I hope they will be free in a week's time.
नहीं सर, वो कंटिन्यू शिप ले रहे हैं, तो फिर उसमें मैं उनको और फोर्स करता हूँ सर थोड़ा. कल भी बात की थी मैंने.
3 weeks?
बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं जल्दी हो जाएगा सर, इतना तो नहीं लगेगा.
So let us keep it to 2 weeks, a couple of weeks. They should get some time to generate your letter. Not an issue beta. You submit all other documents other than the letter.
Yeah, rest all I submitted sir.
That's okay. The letter can be submitted as you receive it.
Thank you sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we will keep it a period of about 2 weeks. That's fine beta.
Thank you very much sir.
Okay. Next out beta. Okay, all sorted out? Let's check the remarks. In values, how much difference in answer is acceptable? बेटा exact values में आपके कितना आंसर में डिफरेंस आएगा that cannot be specified, because जो चार्ट हम लोग यूज करते हैं उस पे 1 minute of latitude की जो लेंथ है वो वेरी करती है बेटा. हमारे प्लॉटिंग टूल्स की एरर जो है वो तो फिक्स्ड रहती है. Let's say if there is a 2 millimeter error in your compass, वो तो 2 millimeter ही रहेगी. But that 2 millimeter on different charts, some may be large scale, some may be small scale, वो differ करता रहेगा. So we cannot have exact values कि इतनी variance जो है वो आंसर में acceptable है. However, practically I have seen जो charts हम लोग use करते हैं within about बेटा plus minus 0.3 miles. Okay. 0.3 miles, 0.3 degrees नहीं, 0.3 minutes. इतनी जो एरर है that's perfectly fine. And courses में ये तो distances की बात थी, 0.3 miles plus and minus is okay. Courses में बेटा about half a degree तक की एरर जो है that's pretty much acceptable. But don't take them as hard and fast figures. They can vary बेटा. Okay. It all depends upon कि आपके प्लॉटिंग टूल्स की कितनी एरर है, आपके चार्ट का स्केल कितना है, और जो दो पोजीशंस आपकी चार्ट पे हैं हाउ फार दे आर. अगर पोजीशन पास होंगी तो कोर्स रीड करने में एरर ज़्यादा आ सकती है. बट इफ़ द पोजीशंस आर फार ऑफ द एरर विल बी मच लेसर. सो देर आर ए लॉट ऑफ वेरिएबल्स. ओके ब्रिजेश? ओके. दूसरी क्वेरी है बेटा डेविएशन कार्ड दैट आई विल सेंड यू. थर्ड इज डू वी हैव टू सबमिट दीज असाइनमेंट? बेटा यू हैव टू कीप देम सबमिशन रेडी. इसीलिए मैंने आपको बोला कि आप इनको सेपरेट नोटबुक पे कीजिए. एंड जो चार्ट पे आपके प्लॉट्स हैं आई नो यू विल बी इरेजिंग देम वंस यू मूव ऑन टू द सेकेंड असाइनमेंट. सो जस्ट टेक पिक्चर्स ऑफ देम. There is a requirement that we need to have a mid-term assessment or assignment for you. So right now it is not required, but later on it is possible that I may ask you to submit them. So keep them submission ready. If required, I will let you know.
So कब भेजेंगे सर आप assignment? Like what time?
Right now, beta.
Okay.
Give me 5 minutes after you want to send. Just give me 5 minutes after class is over.
Okay sir. Okay. ठीक है sir. Thank you.
Okay. Brajesh is getting his charts on 28. It's okay, beta. Just be ready that as soon as you get your charts, you get on the job. Okay. So see you in the next session, beta. Till then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
How are you all doing?
Good.
All good? Okay, last week we were doing communication and we were doing barriers, if you recall, and we had done some generic barriers, and today we will be doing ship specific barriers to communication, right? So just a moment, let me share the slide with you. All right. These are ship specific barriers. So barriers in communication are extremely important. What for? The reason is until and unless you can reduce these barriers or somehow control these barriers, you will not be able to stop miscommunication and of course conflict while communicating with each other. So for team interactions, so for team interactions, for reducing conflict, for team cohesiveness, interpersonal relationship, good interpersonal relationship, and even smooth functioning of a team, you require to control these barriers or reduce them, right? Now, in the exam, what kind of question can come? Most likely, barriers to communication is how you reduce them, right? The main aim of finding out about what barriers are and how you can reduce them is the main aim of the examiner, to see whether you have understood and how, in case you are responsible for you are the leader of a team and you have to you're responsible for clear communication, then what will you do, right? So again, there is no right and wrong. What you seem team that it is correct way. However, there is this these guidelines, and these are few of the barriers which I feel are present on board. However, you can add your own barriers. You can also add your point of view how to overcome these barriers. So as we discuss, please do share your point of view. How would you go about reducing these barriers? Okay, so let's begin. Right. The screen is visible to everyone. Slides are visible. Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Great. So anyone who cannot see the slides, just bear and just listen in, okay? Okay, the first barrier which is there or which can act as a barrier is the alarm system management. It can act as a barrier. How? Number one, it can cause distraction when you are communicating or there is some kind of interaction going on, maybe any kind of interaction going on, and the alarm goes on. So what happens is that because of the loud noise, it can cause a distraction, or it can otherwise cause a distraction. Maybe there is some maintenance work going on and you are trying to concentrate, or your team is trying to work out some decisions are to be made. This can act as a distractor. Also, sometimes you have people on board who are not from sailing background. It could be supernumeraries, it could be, some kind of maintenance staff who have come there to install some equipment on board, or it could be any other person who is sailing and maybe somebody, some kind of stowaways you've picked up, or maybe rescued some people. So they are not aware of what alarms do mean on board. So they can cause chaos and confusion on board. So how would you overcome this? How would you try to reduce this barrier or control this barrier from your own side? Anyone?
Familiarization.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Shubham. The most important thing is anybody who is there on board and not part of the ship's team or crew should be familiarized with what it means, and in case this kind of sound you hear, where to go and what to do, right? And of course, following up every alarm, I think, with announcement on the PA system is a good practice. Okay. Next is breakdown in communication. Now, this can be due to multiple factors. Breakdown in communication can be like we did. It can be due to cultural differences. It could be due to attitude, perceptions, gender differences, some kind of environmental issues. So there can be multiple reasons for breakdown of communication, and each reason has to be addressed, and those reasons have to be overcome. So I'll not spend much time on this because we have done generic barriers earlier, right? Then cultural understanding. Of course, this we did. Cultural understanding again means that we have to be culturally sensitive towards other people. We have to be tolerant, and one more thing, that we always have to be respectful. No matter what your personal perception or point of view is, in public and as a part of a team, there is a certain decorum everybody should maintain. And if everybody maintains that decorum, these kind of issues do not crop up. If you overstep your boundaries or your limit and you do not check what you are speaking, it can lead to, or your attitude, you do not check your attitude towards other people's culture, it can lead to a huge conflict and misunderstanding, right? So these things, what will you do to encourage that people are respectful towards each other? What would you do when you become responsible for the crew? How would you deal with somebody disrespecting or speaking, ill or against somebody's culture, religion, or whatever? So how would you deal with that person? Or deal with the situation, not the person, sorry. Any idea?
I will only talk to life and will try.
Sorry, I can't hear you at all.
Can you hear?
I can't hear you. Your volume is really low. Is it me or? You can write it then.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
No. Sorry. This is a barrier now. Technology is playing barrier, huh? So we can overcome it by either you write it. I really can't hear you. Can others hear him? Yeah, he's not audible, man. So, okay, I'm asking you again, how would you reduce cultural barrier? What can you do to reduce cultural barrier?
Gatherings, like when we have some occasions at that time, like for the Filipinos, there are some other festivals, so they're celebrating New Year and Christmas more in a better way. Like Filipino crew, they celebrate Christmas and New Year way more than us, so we can arrange the parties or just get-togethers And sometimes just as a, if someone is doing some misbehave with other crew regarding culture, then we can just tell him to stop these things or try to respect, and we can just only tell him. We can't
Yeah.
go on a harsh.
Yeah. See, one thing is there, we always walk the talk as we did it earlier, that what we say, we should practice that. Number one rule has to be that. If we become totally, our attitude is that the senior most or the top person or the person who's responsible for other people, if that person exhibits tolerance and treats everyone equally, that will automatically permeate to the team. However, in case somebody is being disrespectful or talking, silly about other people, then it's always better to address it there and then, like Rishabh, you said. Always nip these things in the bud. If you will not, it will definitely escalate. And why let it escalate? All right. Okay. And also, I feel how we can bring about a change in our attitude is that we do not assume. That is human nature, that we assume about other people automatically. We look at them, we think that they're coming from this place, or maybe they are like that. So this is what stereotyping means. And this is such a common thing amongst all of us. We do it. We look at a person, we assume things, right? So never assume. Unless and until you interact with the person, then only you form your opinion about that person. Okay. Right. Next is giving feedback, or the entire thing of feedback. Now, feedback can, see, occasional feedback is a requirement. Definitely, whether it's formal or informal. Formal feedback, when you people get formal feedback, it has a kind of a written layout. You have to follow this, then this, and this is how you are. These are the few pointers where you get your feedback. That what they call it, what is it called? Your 360-degree report. What is it? When you get your occasional, when you get your formal feedback, which is your report.
Appraisal report.
Appraisal report. Oh, I just forgot. Yeah, I was like, okay, thanks. Yeah, appraisal report. See, that is entirely different from giving feedback to your team. Appraisal report is highly formal. You have certain criteria, you observe people, and then you mark them on certain criteria and you grade them and all that. However, every leader should know how to give feedback, give and take feedback. So the best way to give feedback, especially when you have to give a negative feedback. First of all, there is nothing called negative feedback. There is nothing called critical feedback. There is nothing called positive feedback. We strive for constructive feedback. Now, what is constructive feedback is whenever you are pointing out things which need improvement in a person or situation, you need to follow it up with how you can improve, solutions to that problem, some kind of help. Unless and until you have a solution or you are willing to help that person or the situation, that feedback is absolutely useless. It's criticism. It's not feedback, because it's very simple, easy. If I tell you that you have to find flaws somewhere or you have to find shortcomings in a person, it's the easiest task to do, right? Anybody and everyone can do it. However, how to overcome that is what a leader does. So feedback has to be always constructive. And we use a sandwich technique here, that is, you do positive, negative, positive. That means you begin with a positive comment. Just a moment. I'm trying to get my pen works. I don't know what happens to it. Okay. So it's positive, negative, positive. right? What it means is that we always begin with something, some kind of some kind of positive connotation words, like encouraging words, or finding out that whenever you guys are doing good, you're putting in so much of effort, it's great to see the team do this. And then whatever you require, the improvement, where you need improvement, you need to address that specific thing, not idhar udhar ki baatein, not purane time mein kya kiya tha, not anybody's personal things, but the issue at hand needs to be addressed specifically. And using neutral words or neutral tone, rather than pointing ki tumne ye nahi kiya, you are at fault, you are responsible, using neutral words and neutral tone, address the issue and then follow it up again with the positive thing. Positive remark, that means that how to overcome that, what solutions can you present. In case you do not have any solution to the problem at hand, then you say that I'm there, let's do it together. If you need assistance, I'm there, keep at it, things like that. This kind of feedback is always beneficial, and it reduces conflict amongst team members. It reduces misunderstanding. It reduces attitude barrier as well, because when you are giving constructive feedback, people listen. Instead of you criticizing, anytime somebody criticizes you, it hurts our ego. I mean, let's be honest, we are all human beings. Somebody criticizes our work, especially, it hurts our ego. The moment our ego is involved, we shut off our brains, right? We don't listen. There is always rebuttal formed in our mind, like we keep saying, इसको क्या पता, मैंने तो बहुत बारी किया है, ये ऐसे ही मार रहा है, खुद करके दिखा दे भाई, है ना? Or I've done it 100 times, what is he talking? This kind of rebuttal keeps on playing in our mind. And when that happens, you will never listen to the person, what the person is saying. You'll always take it as a negative thing. So following this technique reduces, I'm not saying it will 100% work. Some people are like that, that they will not listen still. So, but it can really reduce this barrier. So giving feedback is a very, very important, you could say, aspect of communication, and also it can lead to a huge barrier. Anything you want to add from your side, like how you receive and you tend to give feedback to people? अगर आपको कोई criticize करता है या negative feedback देता है, how do you take it? खुशी से कि गुस्सा चढ़ता है? हाँ? How do you take it?
डिपेंड करता है उसका मूड कैसा है.
अच्छा, अपने मूड पे डिपेंड करता है. ओके. That is a fact. Actually, it does depend on us as well, how we are feeling that in that particular moment. Some days you let it go, you take it positively. Some days you just get irritated. And beyond, everybody's got limit as well. You can hear, and beyond a point it gets irritating, right? So, okay, that's also part of it. Sorry, Shubham?
हम ये भी डिपेंड करता है कि दे कौन रहा है वो फीडबैक.
Yeah, that is the major thing. They कौन रहा है feedback. The way, that's what I'm telling you. When you start giving feedback to people, do follow this, right? And I'll tell you one technique which I used personally for myself when I started with Shape long time back, like 7-8 years ago. So the first class which I got was Master's Revalidation class. So you can imagine, I wasn't that experienced in this particular field, of course, that time. And I had Masters Revalidation, that, I mean, on top of that, that means they were sailing Masters like for a couple of years, right? So every time I would utter a word, there had to be a negative comment from them. Like I just could not say anything without them counteracting it. right? ऐसे नहीं होता, ये नहीं होता, वो नहीं होता, this is on paper and blah 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 blah. बहुत. So it really started, you know, getting to me, and I went to Captain Dilwani and I told him I don't want to work here. I can't. So he goes, no, carry on for a few days, this, that. Since I had done the course and also they wouldn't, he wouldn't let me go. So he's like, nahi, koshish karo. Now, what happened is, while I was teaching them emotional intelligence and all those things, so I realized I need to practice what I'm teaching, right? So there we learn that when does something hurt, when does a comment hurt, especially when it is concerning your work, when does it hurt? Let me ask you, आपको सबसे ज्यादा गुस्सा कब चढ़ता है?
जब कोई फंडे देता है।
जब कोई अपने फंडे देता है, ओके। एंड अगर फंडे देने वाला एक्सपीरियंस्ड हो,
मैम अगर तो सही बोल रहा है फिर चलता है।
मैम काम देख के कोई बोले तो दैट इज ओके, बट विदाउट वर्क ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ लाइक कि किसने क्या बोला, किसकी क्या बात ऊपर तक पहुंची, ऑन दैट बेसिस इफ समबडी मेक अ जज कि बोसन ने क्या बोला जाके, थर्ड ऑफिसर ने क्या किया, दिस ऑल लाइक काम बिना देखे, दिस इज नॉट राइट ना।
Okay, yeah. So what happens out here is, anytime somebody makes an assumption about you, that really is irritating, है ना? That gets to you, that you don't even know me, you don't know my work, you don't know what I did, and still you're judging me or passing comments or not listening to me. So that hurts us. And why does it hurt? Because it hurts our ego. Simple thing. Now, when you like in other classes, as you go up the rank, you will do emotional intelligence. It's a big part of it. They teach you that when there will be people who will still criticize, no matter how much you teach them, how nice you are, how open-minded you are, they will still annoy you and be critical of you, right? So what can you do about it? You can't change those people. So the biggest thing is that you change your own mindset. How? Stop seeking validation from people. Stop giving them too much importance. The moment you change that, your mindset, they stop mattering and their comments don't hurt. What they think, how they behave towards you, it does not matter. And that's what I did personally. Believe me, since that very first class I took, since then, it's been almost 8 years, I've never had an issue with anybody. Because everybody has got their way of saying things, of perceiving things, and of forming judgments about people. But it should not matter to a person. If you're good at your work, you work diligently, and you know you are trying your best, stop seeking validation from people. It will stop mattering. Okay, anyway, I've digressed. Yeah, Shivang.
I will just come to you on this point. काम तो कोई कितना ही अच्छा करे, but the appraisals make a lot of difference for us. Like
they do.
Like if some chief officer had made some point in the appraisal, it will be validating in the office. किसी ने देखा हो नहीं देखा हो, chief officer ने शायद on the basis of boson बना दिया हो, कुछ भी हो, but it will. So what you are saying, it does not apply in the shipping, I think so. Like कि कोई कुछ अपना काम अच्छा रखो and you will be just
okay. Good. I'll tell you on this thing. See, so your appraisal report goes. Maybe it's not glowing report. It has a lot of flaws and it says that you're not doing this, you're not doing that, right? Now, if a person is finding flaws in you, like यहाँ ठीक नहीं है, ये काम ठीक नहीं है, वो नहीं है, or whatever the criteria are, they are in the red, as they say. Now, in the office, the person who's checking the report, that person also knows that there are a lot of subjective factors involved. So they will ask, further inquire, why, how do you feel it? So the person who's giving the report cannot just base it on hearsay. Let me be very honest. the person who's seeing the report also requires a background. If it is too much in red, like it's a huge red thing, right? So they will come back to the person who's given the report. For example, chief officer has made the report. They will come back to him, say, explain this. Why are you saying this? What happened? In what context? Okay, one is that issue. Second is, you are getting one appraisal report which is not good, and then the rest of the people, like they are talking good about you. They're saying you're a good worker. Rest of the officers are also saying. And informal feedback is that you are a good worker, but formal feedback is saying that you have these issues, right? Then also it is taken, it reflects on the person who's making the report rather than it reflects only that why this person could not see. Also, if you have shortcomings in your work and maybe the criteria work-wise, that also reflects on the leader, on the person who's a team leader, that why you cannot get work done out of this person. Why could you not help this person overcome these drawbacks? So the appraisal report might be whatever about you, it also is about the leader. So this is how it is seen. It's not a one-way street. Okay, so always remember this. Person जो report बनाता है उसके ऊपर उतना ही pressure है. That is why people avoid giving negative comments about other people. And I do believe it is shown to you, the appraisal report. Yes or no?
Depend on company to company, ma'am. It depends.
I think it should be shown so that you can also see what the person thinks about you, and you can give your point of view as well. That's what I feel. Most of the companies show, I think, Nick.
Ma'am, now we have option whether we want to accept the appraisal or not, and there is a place to put our comments also. If we don't agree with the appraisal, just don't accept it and let it be.
Okay. So see, it's not one-way street. That's what I tell you. कल को आपको कोई आके किसी के बारे में बोलेगा, you will form your own opinion when other people are saying good about that person, right? So it's simple as that. And formal written report means it has been documented. So there has to be inquiry into it, why this person has been given these kind of negative remarks, right? Okay. Moving forward, gossip and grapevine. I told you we were talking about social communication on board, which is informal, that you need to know, you need to be aware of what is going on, what rumors are being spread, who is being targeted, what is going on. And rumor mongering is a very, very major issue on board, because it is like Big Boss house, and if there is a lot of you could say bitterness amongst people, or if the rumor is targeting a person, it can lead to a huge conflict. And anytime kabhi bhi team mein kabhi bhi divide aa jaye, the team cannot work efficiently. It is wrong if we say, acha ji, ye to personal matter hai, professionally we have to be professionals and work together. It's very, very difficult. End of the day, we are human beings and we cannot just shut on and off our emotions, right? So you have to be aware, you have to try to avoid spreading rumors, and in case there is a rumor, just clarify that कि ये सब गप है, ये सब झूठ है, right? It's only based on it's not based on any kind of fact. Okay. Then comes handbooks and operating instructions. I'm just going to read this because it is self-explanatory. Ensure the documents that explain how to use, maintain and operate the ship and its equipment are written in the native language of the reader, are not technically complicated and are easy to understand. Very straightforward, that everything, all manuals, all handbooks, on board, all instructions should be, if not they are supposed to be in English language. If not in English language, they need to be translated. And if people are not good in English language, then they need to be translated or explained to them in their own language. It is very, very, very important. Does that happen or no? If you have all Indian crew and आपको पता है कि their English is not that good and there is some kind of new instructions or some kind of new equipment installed and उसको कैसे चलाना है, so do you explain to them in their own language or no?
Yes.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. If you don't explain in their language and you expect कि इनको समझ आ गया, then you are making a mistake here. You're assuming again. Okay. Illustrations. Use imagery, photos, drawings, and cartoons to inform and illustrate in order to reach out to non-native English speakers. A picture is worth 1,000 words. So that is taken care of on board. Like your alleyway has a lot of posters, and that then you have signs and all those things are there. So photos and illustrations are there. And in case somebody is not understanding something, maybe you are doing something complicated and the person is not understanding, then it is better to draw and show it to them, to use some kind of examples or to do it and show rather than just verbally explain things to people. So obviously using visual aids is a huge plus. Especially when you are dealing with equipment or some kind of actually on board, everything requires to be shown before you give charge to somebody, right? And especially people who are not who have taken up a rank or who are new on board. So always use these. They are helpful to you. Okay. Next is journals, newsletters, and bulletins. Professional journals, company newsletters, and notice board bulletins inform the crew of important issues that have an effect on their professional life, health, safety, and welfare. They all should be there. They should be updated. All records should be updated. Everything should be, as they say it, ship shape, right? So you have all the information should be readily available to people, and in case there is something important, it has to be put up on notice board or made announcements. There should be no vague communication. See, ambiguity of communication is the biggest way where misunderstanding happens and then it leads to mishaps. So obviously keeping this in mind. Then language barrier. Okay. Language is a huge barrier since it's multicultural and multilinguistic. People are working together, whether it is on board or whether there are shore staff, whether you are communicating, with other ship. So languages can act as a huge barrier. Now everybody does what happened now? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Now we can hear you.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. So not everybody understands. So what can you do to overcome language barrier? Let me ask you, you've been sailing for so long now. So tell me, what do you do? How do you reduce this barrier?
By using signs.
Okay, using sign language.
Yes, like hand signals and all other things.
Sorry, Rishabh?
Like hand signals for normally we are talking to the shore crew or those people just for the operation purpose only. So for that purpose we have signals. Normally we're using that.
Yeah, there are signal signs. You have your own way of explaining to them. ऐसे करो, क्या कहते हैं, ऊपर ले जाओ, crane नीचे ले जाओ, है ना? So all those only shippies understand and shore staff understand. Your shore crew understands. So that is one way. Okay. That can also sometimes lead to some kind of confusion, does it?
Very rarely.
Very rare. Okay, let me tell you a very funny incident. So I had one officer in the class, and he was explaining. He said we were discussing this only. So he told us. He said they had a Ukrainian chief officer, and the rest of the officers were all Indian. So this Ukrainian guy, he was standing on the bridge wing, and he said that we were working on the deck, and suddenly this guy is, you know, like doing like this, and he's like, नहीं ऐसे से, हाँ ऐसे से कर रहा है कि, can you see me what I am doing? So this kind of gestures he's making, he's explaining to them, and they're like lost. They thought कि आपको क्या लगा ऐसे बारिश हो रही है, right? So they looked up and they like कि कोई बादल नहीं, कोई cloud नहीं, no rain, nothing at all. And they're pretty confused looking around. They didn't understand what he's saying. So finally he got the PA system on, and he spoke. He said, there is fire at the forecastle. Go run towards that side and do something about it. So that was his gesture, sign. So it can lead to confusion. I'm just saying sometimes it can be confusing. What are the best ways to overcome language barrier when you're communicating with your team members?
Like now English is official language, so most of the people, they are like, they can speak, they cannot speak like proper with grammatical English, but they can use the words.
I have dealt with the crew as well, because I take this PSSR class, and I've realized very few, there's only bosun and all they can understand, and few from the engine staff. Rest, they do not follow the entire thing if you are speaking entirely in English, है ना? There is a lot of you could say gap in communication. So we are again assuming they understand. What can you do? Just assume that you should always assume that the other person hasn't understood. फिर क्या करोगे? How do you overcome language barrier?
You can use hand gestures.
You can use hand gestures. Okay. How do you know that उसको समझ आ गया? आपने कुछ कहा, कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन दी? How do you know that the person has understood?
Facial expressions.
Sorry, Chetan.
मैम जेस्चर्स होते हैं ना, लाइक फेस देख के भी थोड़ा बहुत आइडिया लग जाता है बंदे को कि समझ आया कि नहीं आया. जैसे सर मैम, और 2-3 बार जैसे सेम जो समझाया उससे पूछो, वापस रिपीट करो उसको, या तू बता दे क्या तुझे समझ आया है, so that he can explain.
Exactly.
Closed loop
Yes,
kind of thing.
That's right, Brijesh. That's called closed loop communication. That's what I wanted to hear from you guys. You've been reading about it, you've been practicing it. So closed loop communication is one huge way of reducing language barrier, that the person should repeat what you have said. Okay, one is that, or keep it simple. Always use simple language, short sentences, straightforward short sentences, and pace of speaking should be slow, right? So we do not realize that when we are thinking and when work is going on, we just start rattling off. तो वो अगले को समझ आ रहा है, and it's not only that English नहीं समझ आ रही, so many times accent issues are there, dialect issues are there, right? So to understand the other person and ask questions. It's always better to ask questions, whether you are explaining something or whether you are trying to understand the other person. Ask questions, paraphrase, closed loop communication, keep it straightforward and simple. This always reduces language barrier. And still, if you are not convinced and you want to be 100% sure, then always important instructions when there are other barriers around, like noise barrier or the environment barrier, weather is very bad, it's always better to write and explain to a person. अगर noise इतनी है, rolling pitching हो रही है इतनी ज़्यादा, so लिख के दे दो जो important points हैं, that also helps in reducing language barrier. अब तो Google Translator भी आ गया है. I don't know how effective it is. Have you ever used it going to different countries?
मैम चाइना में
You've used?
Yes, ma'am. In China, a lot.
It's convenient and effective.
Ma'am, it's time taking, but it's okay.
That's good. That's good. Because earlier there was no Google Translator, nothing. People worked with अपना कोई draw करके दिखा रहा है कहाँ जाना है, क्या है, taxi वाले से बात करनी है ना? So this is a good thing. And I'm sure there must be apps also, lot of apps like which help you in translating the particular language, no?
Ma'am, in China there was an incident. Half of the cargo was finished. Grain cargo we had load from the Australia, and we went to the China to discharge. So when the half of the cargo is empty, then the person need to enter to the hold.
Okay.
And for that they need to check the oxygen level.
Right.
So they want meters from oxygen meter from the ship, but they cannot explain this to us. So what they done, they bring a cage with a small birds, and they told we will lower it down. This was a practice there, and if they will have suffering, so that means the oxygen is not there.
Oh my god!
So
seriously?
Yeah, ma'am, and it was in Qingdao, the port.
Okay.
Hannah, this was a scene. If they will lower, you can. Then we said take the oxygen meter, and you can have from this. Then they done by that, but they cannot explain us. They can give us.
That they need the oximeters, oxygen meters. Seriously, I mean that is some innovative way. At least they tried, but.
Yes, ma'am.
They are very innovative. They have discovered corona. They are very innovative.
Now that is debatable, you know, whether they discovered it, manufactured it, or what they did.
Sorry, not discovered was a wrong thing. Manufactured.
Manufactured it. They, along with other big names, big countries as well.
This is the biggest name right now. CORON, the biggest name.
No, I said who funded it. There are a lot of speculations that the funding was from other countries, you know. This was like a biological weapon and all those things. Pata nahi bhai. This is a very dodgy topic, no?
बात करेंगे मैम जहाँ से आया वो ये इधर से ही आया तो हम तो इनको ही बोलेंगे.
But yeah, corona is a I earlier I used to be convinced कि ये है वो है. Now it seems so dodgy, this topic, that पता नहीं कहाँ से आया, क्या है corona, who started, why.
आया तो ये 2001 में एक SARS करके वायरस आया था. उसका सेम सब कुछ थे. सिर्फ एक 2 सिम्टम नहीं थे उसमें, एक सांस का प्रॉब्लम और एक ये कफ या इसका. अब वो दोनों भी इसमें इंक्लूड करके उन्होंने डाल दिया है.
बेटर कॉन्कॉक्शन देते हैं ह्यूमन रेस को मरने के लिए.
Okay. China has a lot of China में तो इंग्लिश बिल्कुल नहीं है, तो आपको समझाना भी बहुत भारी पड़ता है उन लोगों को.
And I think they don't purposely want to speak, no?
मैम नहीं, एजेंट्स को आती है तो वो बोलते हैं, बाकी जैसे वहाँ की अथॉरिटीज या किसी को भी. एक फनी इंसिडेंट था, देयर वाज अ ब्रिज, वी हैव टू क्रॉस दैट ब्रिज. सो द ब्रिज वाज विदाउट अ पिलर.
ओके.
तो क्या हुआ, जैसे ही शिप उसके पास जाने लगा तो ब्रिज हिलने लग गया ड्यू टू विंड. ब्रिज जो होता है मैम, हैंगिंग ब्रिज था, वो हिलने लग गया, तो हमें उसे क्रॉस नहीं करने दिया. तो अनाउंसमेंट हो रही ऑन द VHF. समझ नहीं पा रहे, कुछ नहीं हो रहा, बस वो बोले जा रहे हैं अपनी लैंग्वेज में. हम भी चाह रहे हैं कि बोल क्या रहे हैं, वी आल्सो वांट कि बोल क्या रहे हैं, but we cannot. At last what happened, the one ship, their navy vessel come to near to us and they said stop. तो हम रुके हैं. मैम ऐसे भी होता है कभी कभार वहाँ तो.
I know. China, and there are other nationalities also. Shumam is writing, they are taking away our jobs. That is true. In a way, they are trying to block that Indian seafarers should not sail, है ना? They are playing dirty, I think.
Ma'am, but there is many
things. I was signing off. Ma'am, this happened. I was signing off. I have signed off in July.
Hmm.
And before my sign off, I had completed like 6 months, and they were saying, and we were about to go to dry dock in September. Let's say September.
Hmm.
So they made a different type of rule that any ship cannot come to the dry dock if they have a Indian seafarers on board, and if the crew change has taken place in last 90 days, then that ship will not be allowed to enter the dry dock.
I know. I've heard
Although
this.
there is like 14 days kind of thing going on all around the world, but they put a strongest like thing that you cannot enter the dry dock if you had a crew change in last 90 days. 90 days means, sir, मैम कैप्टन का कप्तान का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट 4 महीने का है. मतलब उसको 3 महीने पहले उसको पता है कि तेरा साइन ऑफ होना
I
है,
know
6
way
महीने
of
बाद होगा.
talking Indians, they are like you can't sign off, you can't sign on from there. A lot of countries are doing that, but China, and they are saying if you have Indians on board, like crew, then they are not allowed to come in the port. I don't know how far it is true, but that's what we've heard. And I read an article written by one this research company from Singapore, and that person had mentioned that Indian shipping is going to suffer during this COVID because of these cases rising and all, and also economically China is blocking India. So seafaring especially, they are trying to do that. So anyway.
मैम हमारा कंपनी का एक टेक था, उसमें से 23 ships the owner asked for the Chinese. But now again the owner asked for the Indians, like
because they are not going to work the way Indians work.
Ma'am, in a few months, like मैंने Feb में join किया था, at that time 23 ships of a Tech 10 went to them, to the Chinese, because of this changing of the crew and all that. और फिर अब वापस वो लोग owners कह रहे हैं नहीं आप तो Indians कर दो वापस पूरे ही जहाजों पे, we want all Indians. Filipino crew जरूर चलेगा पर पूरे Indians चाहिए वापस. So ma'am, it's like
yeah, because Indians, number one, they do not demand too much. We make do with resources, whatever they give, jugadu jisko bolte hain. And secondly is Indians are extremely hardworking. That is why Indian seafarers are successful all over. They look at these European guys, they need itni lambi list, इनको आराम चाहिए, इनको 5 days a week चाहिए, इनको ये चाहिए, इनको वो चाहिए, you know.
मैम गोरे गोरे होते हैं फिर उनका वो ही है ना.
उनको इतने ऐशो आराम चाहिए. They are going to war to fight in another country carrying distillery water. Imagine that. Anyway, where are we? We are just discussing idhar udhar ki baatein. Let's finish this. All right. Next is orders, instructions, and procedures. The what to do and how to do it of safe ship operations all should be clearly defined, easy to understand in working language or languages understood by ship's personnel. Listen, I'll be sharing all this with you. So since this is more like a technical thing, you will be better aware of how to do it, like orders, instructions, and procedures should all be explained beforehand. I personally feel that no matter how many times you have done some task or how many times your team has done the task, still it is always better to go over rules and procedures and step-by-step, instructions every single time. It is always better because there is some things you do tend to overlook, either you or the team members. So always follow how to do it diligently. Okay. Then meetings. Clear, concise, and coherent exchange of information. Collective input will reduce disinterest and ambiguity. That is for sure. Most of the meetings, like ashore, we do a lot of meetings, and every person finds it waste of time because the agendas are so vague and they are not clearly defined what the aim of the entire meeting is. However, I feel on-board meetings are more, they are more, you could say, goal-oriented, and you know what needs to be achieved. What is the outcome that you are looking from a meeting, right? So therefore, they are better that way. But involving everyone when any kind of exchange of information is happening is always better. That way people remain engaged in the conversation or in the communication, right? So always remember that. Some people just love to hear their own voice, तो वो ही बोलते रहते हैं, and it becomes, no matter how important the topic is, the discussion is, you do tend to switch off. And a very interesting, again, it is not it is off topic, but I'll share this with you. Interesting fact is that we humans, our human brain can process 110 words, we can process 1100 words in a minute. 1100 words our brain can process in a minute. However, a person, if he or she speaks at the topmost speed, okay, fastest speed, we cannot cross more than 110 to 120 words per minute. Then that shows, that is why we do tend to switch off and get bored and get distracted. So no matter what you do, आप जितना भी impressive बोल लो, but the other person beyond a point of time will get distracted. So always involve people, engage, use audio-visual aids, explain with diagrams, ask questions. These are the ways you keep information, exchange of information, two-way process. Okay. Then physiological issues. It is important for the crew to be in good physical health. In case of ill health, proper treatment and precautions to be maintained. For sure, this I think we discussed as well. In case you are going to fall sick or you're not feeling well, it is better to inform people that you are not okay, or you have a headache, or you're coming down with something, right? Question is in checklists. Checklists, if properly used, can be of assistance to ensure that nothing has been forgotten when carrying out a procedure. Can lead to a tick in the box culture that in turn can breed complacency. Now, the flip side of checklists and depending too much on technology is this, that we do tend to sometimes become so complacent that everything is there, okay, right? That we do not look at the situation. So when we'll do situational awareness, we will talk about this particular issue, okay? Rule of the road. The international regulations for preventing collisions at sea, a form of silent communication requiring vessels to take positive action to avoid the risk of collision by standing on, altering course, or adjusting speed, backed up by sound and light signals. ROR, you all need to know. I think you all know it. It is on your fingertips. But during an emergency, we do, generally people do tend to get confused and flustered. It is always better to check with somebody who is there along with you that what you are doing is okay, right? Always remember that. In an emergency, in a situation where it is like really a near miss type of situation, right? It's always better to get a second opinion, even though you rely on your own knowledge. SMCP is Standard Marine Communication Phrases, a comprehensive standardized safety language covering all major safety-related verbal communication. And SMCP is available on every ship. In case your crew members are not aware of any standard jargon which is used, professional jargon, terminology used on board, and you want to familiarize them, ensure that they sit for this course. It is CBT. So SMCP, you all must be knowing as well, right? Telephony. Active management policies should be put in place to ensure telephones, especially mobile telephones, are not used to the master or crew at inappropriate times. Example, when navigating in busy or confined waters, or when resting and in substantially different time zone from that of the caller, right? Unless it's like a dire emergency. So always following छोटी बात के लिए phone घुमाना इधर उधर and distracting people is not a good idea. I think mobile phones are not even allowed on the bridge, are they? Except the company phone.
No, ma'am, it's not allowed.
Yeah, and it should not be. I think it is a huge distraction. It shouldn't be. I'll tell you, there were two young fellows in my class one time. I don't remember their name. So they got into an argument with me. They go, no, ma'am, it's okay to use mobile phone during operations because we can multitask. So we multitask out here. We drive and we can talk on the phone. Why can't we do it on board? So phones should not be banned. They're like, so do you agree or no? Can humans?
Policy is okay, ma'am. It's better to not use phone on bridge.
Yeah.
So the consequences are actually very disastrous.
Yeah, that's true. And also I feel that I'm asking you, do you think humans can multitask?
At normal and daily life level, it's okay to do multitask, but the responsibilities which you are carrying while you're watch, so there it's better to concentrate on the single work. What I think.
Yeah. Neuroscience says that humans can't multitask. We can concentrate only on one task at hand and then another. We can flip, but we cannot multitask. So that's the latest research for you people. Okay. Visual signals, the use of flags, signs, symbols, hand signals, and gestures to inform, direct, and communicate, especially to those who have difficulty in understanding and communicating because the commonly used language on board is not their native language. What you people were suggesting, using sign language, using, a lot of visual aids, and also I feel before using all this, explaining to the crew what it means and asking them what they understand by these gestures, these signals, and even what are they called? Accepted, your standardized standard symbols and signs. You should explain it to them. It is better. Oh. Okay. Oh. Working language, English shall be used on the bridge as the working language for bridge to shore, safety communication, as well as for communication on board between the pilot, bridge watch-keeping personnel, unless those directly involved in the communication speak a common language other than English. It is very, very important that everybody speaks common language because this can lead to huge misunderstanding. Even if there is no emergency, still people can get into conflict, right? Even if a single person is there who is not who cannot understand your language or native language, you people can speak, then you have to switch to English during your working hours. Otherwise, the person feels alienated, especially amongst team members. If you all are Indian, then one guy is from some other nationality, or you all are, from North India and one guy is from South India, then you have to speak in English. Making this mistake on VHF and then you are giving instructions to people which you are giving in your native language